So in week 1, we started off with looking at why an programming language is required, and we saw that okay, computers are ultimately some physical machines which have to understand what we want to do. So we have to write programs in a language that we understand. So we came up with programming languages which are high-level programming languages like Java, C, C++, Python, etc. And then there are some languages that computers understand, which is a machine-level language. And there are some translators, compilers, interpreters, etc., which translate the high-level languages to machine-level languages that the computers can understand. So we actually looked at what are the types of programming paradigms that we have. We looked at something like the object-oriented programming, imperative programming, declarative programming styles, and all that. The imperative is where you tell how to do it. Declarative is where you say, what to do. We also saw examples of SQL being a declarative language, and most other programming languages being this imperative style, where we specifically say, okay, this is what you have to, this is how you have to do things, right? So these are things like every language. So why we have a different, why we have new programming languages coming up every day? Because all the existing programming languages have certain shortcomings. So they try to come up with a balance between certain things. So for instance, if you see Python versus Java, clearly Python is easy for a programmer, but if you look at the speed of execution, right? So definitely a compiled program is much faster as compared to an interpreted one, which is the case with Python. So there are trade-offs for every language. And every day we come up with not every day some programming language comes up, and certain things goes into, they become kind of obsolete because they don't find practical applications, but some of them really become popular because people find it easy to use. People find that they are more useful and practically usable in the current scenarios and all that. So depending on what is the requirement at that point, languages stay on and languages become obsolete depending on the particular. So this is the first introduction that we had, and then we looked at, okay, what are types? So whenever we say type, the first thing that comes to our mind is like the data type, right? So we have these variables which have definite types. So why do we need types? So if you look at the memory snapshot, say for instance, the RAM at a particular time, if you see the snapshot of the memory, right, you see that it's all a series of ones and zeros. So if you have to make sense of what particular memory location contains, right? So say suppose memory location 1000 contains a series of say 1001, 10011. What sense do you make out of this? So if you want to make a certain sense out of it, you have to interpret either as an integer or a string. If it's an integer, you look at it something like a binary representation of an integer, right? So you look at like if you're given a series of ones and zeros, how do you compare the decimal value? I'm not sure whether you know the binary logic, but yeah, so if you're given a series of ones and zeros, how do you convert the decimal value, hexadecimal value, and all that? So if you say that, okay, this particular location contains integer, then we know what to interpret. Suppose we say it's an ASCII value of a particular character, then we know that what to make out of it, right? So types are important from that perspective. So if you have a series of ones and zeros, you have to make some sense out of what they actually mean, what they actually refer to. So this typing is very important in the programming languages, because even though we say that, Python is something like, it has some, you say auto inference, right? Automatic type inference is there. Still means that you have to have, say you cannot, if you add two integers, you cannot get an object, right? You have to get something which can receive that value, right? So this kind of a binding will always be there with respect to the types of variables. So yeah, to make sense of arbitrary bit sequences in memory, to organize concepts in a code in a meaningful way, and of course helping compilers catch bugs early. So we have seen the example in the lecture video, where Sir says that, okay, so if there is a typo in a particular variable name, Python would just accept it. If you put in the left-hand side of an assignment statement, Python would just assume there's a new variable, whereas the programmer actually intended was to increment a particular variable and assign it to itself, right? So this kind of bugs, which are programmer non-intended errors, right? So these can be caught much earlier if they have strict binding of variables to types. Of course, many languages support automatic type inference. In fact, we have seen Java also does that later in the mix using the keyword var, right? Var keyword. So it does to a good extent, but Java still insists, strongly recommend that every variable should have a type well defined before so as to avoid, so as to be able to catch the bugs earlier, right? So that was about types in the second lecture. Now we have about memory management. So variables. So variables are nothing but some identifiers or something like names for memory locations in the RAM. Okay, so in memory, you want to say, okay, int I means I'm going to refer to a particular memory location as I. And whatever I say I equal to 10, then that 10 is going to get stored in that memory location. That's what int I means. If I'm going to assign a value 10, then the memory location represented by I is going to carry this value 10. That's what it means by a variable. So variables in general have these two terminologies associated, which is one is scope, other is lifetime. So we've said earlier that in the case of Java, see, suppose from the main method, you're calling, say, another method, say F1. Now, what happens when you invoke main method is that there is an activation record corresponding to the program, right? So that activation record will have, there is a stack associated with the program. So for a main method, there is an activation record and you push this activation record into that stack. Now, if the main method is invoking the method F1, then you put the activation record of F1 on top of stack. Now, what happens to the local variables of main method? That is the variables which are used inside main method. When you are executing the function F1, the local variables inside the main method are not accessible to the function F1. So we say that those variables which are inside main, which are not accessible from F1, right? These are not in scope. The variables which you cannot address. Even now, like when you write Java program, you will see that we get this message, this is not in scope or something, right? So it means that this variable cannot be accessed here. So this is what the scope is. The lifetime of a variable is, so inside the main, there are certain variables. These are allocated main memory, right? Because it's already there in the stack. It's there in the activation record of main inside the stack. But because there is another activation record on top of that stack, this variable is not accessible, but still it has been allocated some memory. So it is in its lifetime, but not in scope. So that's the difference between scope and lifetime. Variables which are accessible from my program, my method, they are in scope. Variables which have been allocated memory, but not accessible from my method, those are in their lifetime. So this is the difference between scope and lifetime. Now, activation records, as I just mentioned, activation records for functions are maintained as a stack. So if you have a program, say Java program, and you're running it, the first starting point of any Java program, right, it actually looks for the main method. So main method is pushed into the stack. So main method invokes a function F1, then the function F1 is pushed onto the stack. So F1 is invoking F2, F2 is pushed onto the stack. So suppose this is a recursive call, then for every recursive call, a new activation record is pushed onto the stack. Say, for instance, F1 is in the case of recursion, F1 is invoking itself multiple times, right? So there is an F1, on top of which there is another F1, on top of which there is another F1, etc. So this is what the activation record is. So only the top of the stack is accessible at any point. The variables in the top of the stack is accessible at any point of time. So variables in the top of the stack are in scope, whereas all the variables inside the stack are in their lifetime. Okay. Now we have seen that there are two ways to initialize parameters. So for any function call, as we've seen, like we can have parameters as, say, in the case of Java, I'm talking to you specifically. This is in general, right? There are two ways to invoke. So I can actually explain with respect to Java. So if you are actually using an int or a double or a float, right, the primitive data types, what happens is, say, suppose you say F1 of A. Now in the function definition in F1 in bracket, you have say int B. So maybe I'll just write it and show you. Just give me a second. So if I'm calling say function f1 of a, and here you have say void f1 of f1 of int b. Okay. Now what happens is you're actually transferring the value of a to b, right? So there is a memory location a and there is a memory location b. Whatever is there in b, you're transferring b to a to b. So you're calling say f1 of a. This is f1 of a, so I'm just saying this is equivalent to this. So here you have say value 10. What happens is this value of 10 is copied to the memory location b. Okay, so this is what is called by values. You're actually whenever it is a primitive data type, called by value is what happens. Suppose instead of int you had say employee. Okay, then you're calling say f1 of e1, say. Then you're actually passing this value e1 to e, right? What happens here is e has a memory location and e1 has a memory location, right? But e and e1 are nothing but some hexa values which are denoting the 0, 1 or something. These are some hexa values which denote some memory location in the RAM, right? For integer values, it is actually the actual integer value that gets stored. Whereas E is only the address of the object that it is pointing to. So even here, the copying takes place, but copying is taking place of the memory address. So what happens is these are now both pointing to the same object. And if we change the name of this, change the name of E, the name of E1 also changes. So that is the difference between call by value and call by reference. When it happens by a primitive data type, it's the actual value that gets copied. In the case of objects, it's the address of the object, because you don't see why we are not storing the actual object is the object space. We don't know the actual space that will require. In the case of primitive data types, well defined integers take for a particular with respect to any particular language with respect to operating system. It's very clearly defined that an integer will take say 32-bit or 16-bit or whatever. These are all pre-decided. These objects are mostly, created by us, or the size can vary, right? So here the address location is there and it will store, and this is in the heap. The other day, this is in the heap. So the memory location, this will be in the stack, whereas what it points to will be in the heap. So what gets copied is this memory address. So call by reference is you're just copying the address of the object. That way, whenever there is an edit in one of the objects, it will reflect as an edit in the other one also. So heap, again, heap I have already mentioned. So there is a memory. Okay. Just show it here. Okay. So you have an activation, the stack where you have the main method, right? Then you have the F1. So whatever are the variables here, right? This will all be point as the objects. And these will point to some memory location in the heap, right? Which is common for all the methods. Okay. So here it will be say E, here it will be E1 or whatever. So this is a common memory location that all the methods can access. So that is the heap. Heap is used to store dynamically allocated data, which is the case of objects, right? So it's dynamically allocated data. It outlives activation recorder function that created the storage. What does that mean? So whenever function F1 finishes execution, say, so you have the main method, and this main method is invoking say function F1. That here are there few sentences, here are the few statements are there. Then you have the F1, which is defined here, right? Arguments are here. Okay. Now the F1 fully gets executed and then it goes back here. What happens in the activation record is the activation record of F1 is popped out. The moment F1 finishes execution, the activation record of F1 is popped out. Whereas in the case of heap, say you have said that, okay, I want to return an object E, to another variable E1. Okay. So what happens if you want to allocate the memory to E1? Both of them are pointing to the same location, right? So if you delete whatever there is in the heap, then the return value will also get lost. So you will not automatically deallocate the memory that has been allocated in heap. So this kind of deallocation in the heap has to happen as a manual process, or rather we have to have some manual process or as an automatic garbage location, which is done either by the JVM with the help of operating system, or we have to write some program for manual deallocation after the program finishes execution. Okay, so this is the difference between heap and stack in the memory. So don't be confused with don't confuse this heap with the heap that we have in data structures. This is different. So yeah.
Ma'am, dynamic data type also stored in heap.
Sorry?
Dynamic data type, sorry, primitive data type. Is it also stored in heap or it is in stack?
Primitive data type stored in, sorry,
in heap or stack?
So dynamically allocated data is the one for the objects. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Because we don't know the size, right? So yeah, so my understanding is like this. So what you're asking is, I'm talking about this employee object which is being stored in the heap, right? So what about this A, B, C, right? This is what you mean, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So this will be in the stack only.
In stack?
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, I'll just clarify and let you know before the session is over, okay? Yeah. Okay. Solving a complex task requires breaking. Okay. Yeah. So what is abstraction modularity? So these are all things like, which are related to programming and programming languages, whatever other terminology, whatever the concepts related to. So here we look at abstraction and modularity. So the first thing, there are two approaches to solving problems, top down and bottom up. This most of you would have seen. One is like you start from the bigger problem, you break down into smaller ones, and each of these you handle it independently and then combine and come up with a solution for a bigger problem. Bottom up is you start off with small components here and then you build up. Okay. So these are all like, simple terminologies. I mean, we are not making use of it anywhere in Java, but just giving you basic introduction into these ideas and terminologies. Okay. So the one thing that you have to here, this is slightly important because the components, right, which are like, say, suppose you're looking at the function as a component, then it has two aspects. One is the interface. Okay, you have a function, and this has an interface and a specification. So in Java, say when you invoke say collections.sort, okay, what is happening in this is in Java documentation, you are given the signature of this function. Say, for instance, what does it return? What are the parameters that it takes? So from the Java function, you can actually, Java documentation, you can see the full signature of this function, which is a function header. But how the sort functionality is implemented, right? Whether it is say merge sort or quick sort or whatever sorting, we are not knowing unless the Java documentation itself contains it, we wouldn't know. And we are not bothered also. We don't want to know it also. We just want to use it as a black box, right? So this header, which is the interface for us, for a programmer, the programmer's interface to the Java, right? So this is the interface that we're talking about. The specification is actually how the sorting is implemented. So this is actually hidden from the programmer. This programmer doesn't have it. Okay. So building prototype implementation to validate design. So these are all, how do you build the components? You try different levels of prototyping, and I mean, these are all not like, very relevant here, but yeah, basic things that you should read and understand. So programming lab, okay. So what is abstraction, right? So abstraction is the more important concept. So an abstract data type is nothing. You have some data and you have a behavior or a set of operations, right, that are permitted, or operations that are permitted on this data. You have some set of data and you know that there is certain behavior or set of operations that is permitted. So for instance, you say, look at something like stack, right? You know that stack has this top, which is a variable, right? Okay. Top is actually no, yeah, in whichever way, whatever is the type of the stack, you can have that as a variable. But yeah, you know, top is a variable of the stack. But you also know that there are two methods, push and pop, which are allowed in stack. But you cannot use other methods like whatever you use for get or put or anything like that. Right? That you cannot use here. All you know that there is a push and pop that is there, but you don't know how the push and pop are implemented. So this is the abstraction. There is the details are hidden from the whoever is going to use it. You know that there is a data and you know that there is a set of behavior operations which are permitted on this data, which is the abstraction. An abstract data type is one which will have data and the set of operations or behavior permitted, but we don't know how the operations are actually implemented. So objects, so here, yeah. So programming language support for abstraction. Okay. So there is functions and procedures. Abstract data types. Yeah. So the behavior, right? The behavior or the operations. These are actually done by the functions and procedures. So if you have, say, private data, I mean, you have declared an object, you have a set of private data and you have given a set of operations that you can perform on it, but you don't really need to know what is there inside the method, right? Say, I mean, exactly like the example which I gave about collections. You don't know what is there inside. You know that the collections on sort can actually take some collections as input and can actually do the sorting. But we don't know what sorting algorithm is it that you see. Okay. Yeah, so that is the level. Now, objects are like abstract data types. Clearly, that's what we started looking at. Okay, classes are templates, right? So when you define a template, you have, say, class, some class name, right? You have the instance variable, which is a data, and then you have a list of functions, which is the behavior, right? So this is exactly what an abstract data type, what we mean by an abstract data type. So what are the distinguishing features of object-oriented programming? One is this public interface with private implementation. So this is what I said, interface is nothing but these, in the case of functions, right? You have these function headers. Private implementation is like whatever is the actual implementation inside, which you don't have to know, like the abstract data types. Hierarchy of types. So subtyping, okay. So if you have, say, A is a subtype of B. So A is a subtype of B. Then whatever are the functions of B, right? Whatever are the functions of B, A can also use it. A can also invoke those functions. So in the case of inheritance, I know many of you had doubt on subtyping versus inheritance. In the case of Java, or generally in case of object-oriented programming, these two go synonymous. For instance, if you are inheriting something, right? Inheriting, then you make use of the, say, suppose A extends class B, right? So A can actually make use all the methods in B, invoke all the methods in B, right? But A can have its own implementation of some methods, like because it can override, right? So in the case of object-oriented languages like Java, subtyping and inheritance are kind of implemented in the almost the same way. But there is a clear distinction between the two. One is like, so in the case of inheritance, what you're looking at more is there are already certain functions defined and I can reuse it. That is the inheritance. I'm going to inherit something from my parent. I'm going to reuse the implementations. Whereas the subtyping, what is the interface? The function headers, right? So when I say that you are not able to see the difference, because in Java, both these things mean the same. So in subtyping, the compatibility of interfaces means again, the same functions, right? Same functions can be used here, but you can have some additional functions also. You can have some additional functions because this is a subtype, which is all the properties of the parent type along with some additional functions. In the case of inheritance, I'm going to use the functions which have been provided to me by the parent method. That is a reuse of implementations. Okay, so there is this, both are clearly different, but in Java, because we have used it in the same way, like simply using the extends keyword, right? Or rather the implement or extend keyword is inheritance. So it's almost the same. We have been using it kind of using the same way. That's why the difference does not come out. Okay. Okay. So does anyone have question on that? Subtyping versus inheritance? Okay. So dynamic lookup. Dynamic lookup choice of method implementation is determined at runtime. Okay. So here we have, see, suppose you have say class A, right? You have say class B that extends A. And say class C extends A. Now you're going to instantiate say A equal to new B. And A2 equal to new C. Now, A1 has the type A, but during runtime, it is an object of B. A2 is again of type A, but during runtime, it is of type C. What does it mean? Type C is, or rather, it points to an object of type C. What does it mean? It means that if suppose A and C both have the same method, say show, and if I simply say A2.show, this will invoke the method show inside C. Because even though A2 is of type A, this A2.show during runtime A2 is actually pointing to an object of C, and hence will invoke the method show inside the class C. Is it clear? This is the dynamic lookup, okay, which is a choice of method implementation which is decided during runtime. During compile time, it checks whether A1, say, suppose I say A2.show. If the show method is not there in A, it does not allow this, but sorry, this, right? Because it's of type A. If I invoke A2.show, this does not allow, this is not allowed during compile time if A does not have the show method. But during runtime, it will invoke the show method inside the C class. Is this clear?
Yes.
Does anyone have doubt on this? I think many people still post on Discourse asking the same thing. So does anyone have any questions on this?
The confusion comes from that statement, right? Subtyping is about interfaces and inheritance is about implementation. That is where the confusion comes from.
No. Are you clear about this concept? I'm talking about this one where this people still ask, what is this during runtime? What is this? Why is this object created during this? So I told you subtyping and inheritance for now. At least from an exam perspective, you don't have to worry because we're not going to ask technical questions. But in Java, subtyping and inheritance are both implemented using this extends keyword, right? So you are creating a subtype of something using the extend keyword. At the same time, the inheritance also happens by the extends keyword.
Sure, get it. So no questions on the dynamic lookup. I'm clear. Maybe there are others who might want to ask questions.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I'll then move on because oh my god, I already took 13. Sorry. Okay, class is a template. Okay, so class is nothing but a template which is describing the instance variables and methods for abstract data type. So yeah, so a public interface from private implementation. Interface is nothing but the function header, and private implementation is how a method is implemented. Then the hierarchy of classes to implement subtyping inheritance. Okay, these are not nothing. Okay, so I think this is it from the first week. I should have been a little bit more brief, I guess. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll stop here. Week 2. Take 2 minutes.
Yeah,
taking some-
I will.
Yeah, Nalini, can.
Yeah, thanks, ma'am. Y- Yeah, everything. So my screen is visible, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. So just the sir has started with demo like how to print hello world using Java. So the thing is like everything in the Java you must enclose in a class. So here, so how to create the class? So class will have this. So you have to use this keyword class and then followed by the class name. And the point of execution of your Java program will start from this main method. So whatever you wanted to print or whatever you wanted to create, if you wanted to create the object of the class of any particular class, you should do that in the main method. So the thing is now the intention is to create print hello world. So simply you have created the class hello world, and then in the main inside the main method you have enclosed this statement system.out.println and hello world. It just prints whatever we gave to the console. Okay, and so this is the same thing. A Java program is collection of classes. Okay, all the Java code is lives within the class. So every single statement you write in the Java that must be inside any particular is inside any class. Okay, modify public specifies a visibility. That means if something is public, that means you can access it from anywhere. There is no access restrictions here. The signature of the main method is like input parameter. So here main method takes the array of strings and it has a return type as void. That means it returns nothing. Okay, the Java program is like you can write once and you can run it from anywhere. Yeah, now there are like 8 primitive scalar types in Java. These are like int, long, short, byte, and float. This hold generally they hold the integer values in long and short and byte. Float and double holds decimal values as well. Character will hold the like single characters. And Boolean is used to like to store either true or false. Like it's yeah, then we should declare the variables before in Java we should declare the type of the variable, right, in advance. So here yeah, if I'm going to use x and y in our code, in my code, I should define what is x. I should declare the type of x and y in advance. So here x and y are of type integer, so I'm just declaring x, int x and x comma y, and then later I'm just initializing and I'm just using them. Okay, characters are written in single quotes. The thing is, we should enclose the characters in single quotes, and Boolean constants are true and false only. You can give only true and false to the Boolean type. Yeah. So initialize it. So we can do like we can declare the variable, but at the same time we can initialize at the at the time of declaration itself. So here we are saying float pi equal to 3.1. That means we are declaring here pi is of type float, and we are also initializing at the same time. So this is initializing at the time of declaration. Modify final indicates a constant. That means if something is final, you cannot change that. If yeah, okay, the value, okay, here I'm saying pi equal to this some value. No, I cannot change this value of pi at any point in my code. So that means it indicates it is a constant. Yeah, similar to other programming languages, there are, you can do arithmetic operations also, like plus indicates addition, minus subtraction, star is for multiplication, and this slash is for division, and this is for modular operation. That means it will give a reminder, and there is no separate exponentiation operation like in Python we have double star. No, there is nothing like that. So you should use this math.pow function in order to compute the what exponentiation. So math.pow of a comma n will give a power n. It will return the value a power n. Yeah, there are special operators for incrementing and decrementing integers. Plus and minus will increment the value of your variable by 1, and minus will decrement the value of your variable by -1. Okay, shortcut is like you can say instead of saying a equal to a plus 7, you can simply say a plus equal to 7. That yeah, this is kind of shortcut notation. Yeah, this thing you should remember. You cannot say equal to plus 7. That means a value will be just plus 7. But you should use a plus equal to 7. That means a equal to a plus 7. Okay, see, now we have seen the primitive data types like types, no, int, long, short, and byte, and character, and other things, no, boolean. Now there is like this string is like built-in class. It is a class, and strings must be enclosed in this double quotes, and the plus sign is overloaded for string concatenation. If you say, okay, if s is hello and if t is world, if you say s plus t, that means, and separated by space, then you will get hello world. So plus operator is basically for string concatenation. Strings are not arrays of characters, so that means you cannot say s of 0 won't give here. Let's take here string s equal to hello. If you say s of 0, you won't get h, because you cannot do indexing on strings, because strings are not array of characters. So instead you need to use s dot caret of 0. That means it will give h. So yeah, in order to perform this kind of substrings, if you wanted to, so this will, by using this you can access a string at particular index 0 or 1 or any particular index. But if you wanted to access the range of indexes of your string, then you can say s of substring of 0 comma 3. That means 0th index, first index, and second index. Third index you won't get, from third index you won't get. This is like non-inclusive. This is non-inclusive, so you will get indexes from 0 to 2 only. Both are included. 0 to 2 is included, but 0 and 3, that means this is this is included and this is not included. This is not inclusive. Yeah, arrays are also objects. Similar to what strings, arrays are also objects. So you can declare the array by saying int, any array, int or float or any array, by using the syntax int array. Similarly, you can use this notation for students or employee to create arrays of students or employees. Yeah, there are many ways of creating that. You can use, instead of this, you can say int array. Yeah, this also, both are valid. It's up to you. It's your choice. Like you can use any kind of declaration. Yeah, in order to, so that means here I'm just what, creating an array. Here I'm declaring an array, and here I'm just allocating memory to an array by saying a equal to new int of 100. That means 100 space to hold 100 integers will be allocated if I say a equal to new int of 100. Yeah, array indices will start from 0 and it will runs to length minus 1 if array is of, so here last element of array you would be 99. If you wanted to access this, you can say a of 99. Yeah, like there are condition similar to any other programming languages. You can, there are like conditional execution, conditional loops, and two type like iterations. So in the conditional execution, like in, you can check for the condition. If that particular condition is true, you need to execute some kind of statements, some statements. So if in order to do that conditional execution, you can use if else. Yeah, in order to iterate over the statements again and again by checking some condition, you can use while. Yeah, same, do while also does the same thing. First, in the do while loop, execution will happens at least once even if the condition is not satisfied. So this is the difference. It's basically used to take some input. Do while loop is used to do that. And iteration, you can do iteration means repeating the statements like again and again by checking for some condition. So there are two kinds of for means like you can use normal for, like for I int I equal to 0 to I less than some value and I plus plus, you will do that. And there is also separate for like for each, similar to Python use. So let's take, if you are iterating over the list, you can use simply for L in list something that in Python. No, so similar to that, you can use for if list is of type integers, you can say for int I is to if list is L, then you can use this. This is for each. This is similar to the Python for, and there is multi-way branching also possible. Like you can check for multiple conditions, and then if some condition is true, you can execute. If not, yeah, you will execute the default thing. That you can do by using the switch. Yeah, classes, like it's a template for encapsulated type. So how to create an object of the class? So just previously I have discussed, to create the class you need to use this keyword class, then followed by the class name. So the structure of the class is like you will have the instance variables and some constructor to initialize those instance variables, and some getters and setters in order to get the values of your instance variables, and in order to set the values of instance variables you will have setters, and you will have some functionalities to operate on this data on the instance variables of your class. Yeah. Okay, yeah, instance variables will be like the value which is stored inside the instance variable will vary from object to object, no? So you can create date d1 equal to some with some date, and date d2 equal to with some other date. That means the data can vary from object to object. Okay, in order to create the object, you can use a new keyword followed by the class name. So if you have same class date, no, previously date d equal to new date of, yeah, and you can call the constructor in order to initialize that. So in order to set the values of the instance variables, you will use a constructor. The constructor is similar to a method, no? It will, but the thing is, like the constructor will have the same name as your class name, and it won't have any return type. So it is basically used to initialize the instance variables. Okay, these are called the special functions. These are called automatically when an object is created, and yeah, function these function with the same name as a class name. So constructors are the functions with the same name as a class name. Okay, so constructor overloading means like you can have multiple constructors in your class. Because why we say it as overloading, because the constructor name will be same, right? So if you wanted to create an object of date, okay, if you have the, like, let's take you have the class date, and you want multiple constructors in your class, then you can use multiple constructors, no? Zero argument constructor, two argument, or single argument constructor. But the thing is, why it is called overloading? Because it will have the same name as your class name, but the number of the arguments will be different. And also you can give the different types of arguments also in your constructor. So it is called constructor overloading. So the, like, constructor overloading is possible, and you can call other constructor from a constructor by using this keyword. So if I wanted to call um, the constructor without any arguments from the constructor from two argument constructor, okay, now I have two constructors. If I wanted to call okay, single argument constructor, let us take. Now if I wanted to call this no argument constructor from this constructor, I can use this keyword. That means this constructor will get called. Similarly, if you wanted to call others two argument constructor, you can keep two parameters here, 2, 3 or something, and then you can call two argument constructor from this constructor. So basically this keyword is used to call a constructor from other constructor. If no constructor is defined, Java provides a default constructor with empty arguments. So okay, if you are not creating constructor by yourself, then the Java compiler will provide the default constructor for you. So basically what it does is it instantiates the instance variable to some default values. That is, they are sensible default values. That means integers will get assigned to zeros, and floats also similarly 0.0 some value. If there is string, then it will be initialized to null. If there is, yeah, the same thing, boolean values will be initialized to false. So it will be set to some sensible defaults. Okay, in order to create a new object from an existing one, so if you wanted to create a new object from existing one, so at the time you can use copy constructor. That means you have object date d1. Now I wanted to create new object date D2 using this D1. So I can do this by using the copy constructor. As So what the copy constructor takes is, it takes this object as its argument. So here you can see two types of constructor. No? This is a 3 argument constructor that initialize day, month, and year. Here you have another constructor that takes the same object, like date object as its argument, and it basically the functionality is basically to create the new object by using the same by using the same object. So I wanted to create a D2 by using D1. So in that case, I can use the copy constructor here. So it takes the same object like date as its argument, and then it sets the value of sets the instance variables value by using this D. And so what happens is D2 dot day will become D1 dot day. Same, D2 dot month will become D1 dot month. Same. So basically the purpose is like, in order to create the new object from existing object, we will use the copy constructor. Yeah, in order to take the input, yeah, basically there are two classes to take the input, like console and scanner. Mainly in this course, we will be using only the scanner class. Like you can take integers, doubles, floats, or strings, anything by using the scanner class as input. Okay, most of you I think are familiar now how to take the input also. Yeah, if you have any doubt regarding this constructor overloading, copy constructor, or anything regarding this week 2, you can ask. If not, we'll move to week 3.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, yes.
Could you please briefly sum it up again, that full constructor part?
Constructor part, full
Yes,
constructor part.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell what do you know about the constructors? Just wanted to know, like, what do you know about the constructors?
It's like
So
initializing those constructor, only that much.
initializing.
In initializing the instance variable in
Okay.
constructors, yes.
Okay, constructors are used to initialize the instance variable. Do you know like how to create a constructor?
Yes, it is. Its name is same as the class name.
Okay.
Yeah, and only that much.
Okay. Okay. Okay, let's take an example like class student or class employee. Okay, we'll take example of class student. Okay, we'll have like, he will have string name, and what else? Okay, let's take some mark, int mark. Only I'm not taking array. Okay, just simple one mark, one total. Let's take it as total. Okay.
Roll number could be there.
Okay, roll number, string roll number. Okay, now if you wanted to, now let's take your class only this much. Okay, there can be here what, some getters and setters. Getters means you can access other way of calling is like accessors and mutators. Like simple way is like getters and setters. Getters and setters, basically getters will get the values of your instance variables. Like okay, if you have an object student S1, equal to new student, this is the way of creating the what object of your class. So yeah, I will explain only the constructors part. Your class can have other methods also here. Just will look at only the constructor part. Now your class doesn't have any constructor. If you say student S1 equal to new student, then also here you are calling this constructor, no, student, this constructor. That means whenever you create an object, the constructor will be called, that particular constructor will be called. Here this construct, you are calling the constructor with no argument. like without any argument. So here your class doesn't have any constructor, but compiler will provide you the default constructor. What does default constructor will do? Default constructor will set the values of instance variables to some default values. So string name, no, that means it will be set to null. It is an object, so it will be set to null. String is an object, so it will be all objects value will be set to null value, and as it is an int, it value will be set to 0. And same, string is an object, it value will be set to null. Okay, if you try to access the variable here s dot name, and if you try to print it, you will get null as output. If you are printing it, you will get null as output. Okay, same, if you print this marks, you will get 0 as output. Okay, now this is the thing you will happen if your class doesn't have any constructor in it. But okay, but you decided I don't want my instance variables to have some default values. I want my instance variables, you thought like while creating object, I wanted it, I wanted to give some values, and those values should be the values of my instance variables at the time. But if you decide only to give some value to your name, only if you wanted to set the name of your instance variable at the time of creation of the object, then you will define the constructor with a single argument, and it will take the string as input, and it variable can be anything. Here just I'm using n. So how can I say, how can I assign this value to this value? Simple, by using this assignment statement, no, name equal to n. That means it is similar to if I wanted to say the value of x equal to y, I will say x equal to y. Y, no, that means the value of y will be stored in this x also. X and y will be having the same value. Same thing I am doing here. Name equal to n. That thing, same thing I am doing here. And so what if this variable which you are using here is also name, if its variable name is also name, at that time you can distinguish that local variable from your instance variable by saying this dot name equal to name. Okay, you can do this by saying this dot name to distinguish this local variable from your instance variable name. You can say this dot name equal to name. Okay, that is like single. If now while creating the object student s1 equal to new student, you cannot say this because your class doesn't have default constructor. No, Java will give default constructor only when your class doesn't have any constructor, but now your class is having one constructor in it. It is taking one argument, but here now you are creating an object with 0 argument, with no argument constructor. So this won't work. You will get some compiler error because it cannot find this constructor. So how to create an object? By saying the same thing, student s1 equal to new student of, and you should give some string here. So same, now while you're calling some method, if you have some method which takes 2 arguments, let's take add, it will take 2 integers as input x comma y. How will you call this method from outside? Add of 2 comma 3 you will say. Same here also you are doing new student of some string you will give. Let's take Ramu or something here. Then this constructor will get executed, and for s1 the name, for s1 object name will be Ramu. For an s1 object name will be Ramu. Later you can change the instance variable name also by saying s1 dot name equal to some variable Rahul, something like that. Okay, same thing will happen. Same thing you can do, same thing. Now you are just setting the value of name. No, similarly you can set the value for marks and also value for roll number while creating the object of student itself. While creating the object of students itself, you can give some values to your object. So that is the purpose of this constructor. Okay, So the thing is like in the class you can have multiple constructors. Now here I can define one argument constructor, and I can have the constructor with 2 arguments, I can have the constructor with 0 arguments, or I can have the constructor with 3 arguments. So that is called constructor overloading, because you are having the same constructor. The name of the constructor is same, that is the class name for every constructor, and the number of the arguments is different, and also type of the argument is different. So that is why it is called overloaded constructor. So this is called constructor overloading, same name different signatures. Okay, and you can now, okay, now you have seen how to create an object by using, how to instantiate the values of some object by using this constructor. No, now if you wanted to create new object s2, new student object x2 by using s1, that means the values of s1 and s2 should be same if you wanted to do that. Okay, now, okay, let's take, I have s1, I have called 3 argument constructor, and its values I have set to remove, and some marks I say 250, and roll number is 1000. If I do this, if I wanted to create new student s2 same with the same values 250 and 1000, by using this I can do this by using the s1. No, so at that time, in that case, you can use the copy constructor. The copy constructor functionality is to create new object from the existing object. That is the function, like that is the purpose of the copy constructor. So what is the syntax of this copy constructor? So every constructor will have the same name as the class name. No, so this constructor also will have the same name as the class name student. And what it will take, it will take another student, because you wanted to create new student from existing student. No, so it should definitely take student only. No, so you wanted to create a student from student, so you should take student. So what are the instance variables of the student? Name, name, roll number, and marks. No, so what you will say, name equal to this dot name equal to s dot name. I can say that means whatever the student which I am giving this student name, and the object which I am creating must have the same name. And similarly marks also, this dot marks equal to the s dot marks. You can do same for the other instance variables also. So you will get the student s2 which has the same values as s1. But the thing is like, okay, but the thing is like, if you have some objects inside your student, let's take, if you have here int array of marks, if you have int array of marks, if I say this dot marks equal to marks s dot marks, at that time, so so this dot, so int array, let's take this is int array of marks. And okay, now what this int array of marks will be storing some values. No, same if you say this dot marks equal to s dot marks, same this array and this whatever the s1 and s2 will be pointing to the same array. So if you change the values of s1, okay, I think this picture is not clear. So this is int array of marks, both s1 and s2 will be pointing to the same memory location. If you change the value of s1 in the value of s1, that will be going to change the marks in s2 also. If you change the marks in s2, that will be changing the marks in s1 also. In order to avoid that, what you can do is like, you can you can copy the element by element. So I can say int, I can use some for loop for int I equal to 0 and I less than marks dot length, and I plus plus I can increment, and I can copy whatever the value, this dot marks of 0, marks of I equal to s dot marks of I. So what I'm doing is, now I'm just copying whatever the this. So for s2 also, you will get new s1 and s2, whatever the values of s1 is having, that values I will say I will be. So for this you will here you should create new array, new int array of marks, you should initialize that array. You should create first for S2, you should create new int array of the same length of this S1, and then you have to insert each values, each value of S1 to S2. That thing you should do. If you have objects inside it, if you have string array, or if you have double array or float array, first what you will do is, like, instead of just simply assigning this dot marks equal to S dot mark, that means you are just making both S1 and S2 pointing to the same memory location. In order to avoid that, what you can do is, like, you can create new array for S2 while assigning, and then you can assign whatever the value S1 is holding, that value, so you can just copy here. That thing you can do. Say if it has some address is also some object, no? So at that time also, what you will do is, like, you will create new address for S2. Okay, if student is holding some address also inside it, you will create new object, new address for S2, and then you will copy the whatever the values S1 address is holding. So if you have objects inside in your instance, objects as your instance variables, at the time you have to, while you are creating the copy constructor, if you wanted this if you wanted to avoid this, like, in order to avoid this referring to the same memory location, both objects, in order to avoid this, what you wanted to do is, like, you need to create the new object, and then separately you need to copy the values of those instance variables. Okay, is this clear, or you have any
Yes, sir. Yes. So, ma'am, the copy constructor is similar to like the clone method.
Yes, the same thing. In order to create the copies, only you will use this cloning and copy constructor. Yeah, but the thing is, like, you can do shallow clone, but the thing is, the way of copying is different. Here they are using constructor, by using copy constructor, we are using constructor. In the cloning, we will do bitwise copying. Okay, the same motivation is same, like, you need to create this same same objects, like S1 and S2 from S1, same. You, if you wanted to create the copy of object, you will use cloning. Yeah, if you have any doubt regarding the constructor, you can ask. If not, we'll move. Okay, any particular doubt, any specific doubt regarding? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think yeah, Anand sir can continue.
Okay, thanks, Nalini. Okay, now let me discuss about week 3. Okay, so in week 3, so first topic is philosophy of object-oriented programming. So here, so what is the difference between structured programming and object-oriented design? Okay, so see here, structure-oriented programming and object-oriented. Okay, these two has, see here, structure-oriented programming algorithms come first. Okay, here algorithms comes, okay, as a second step. So here this object-oriented design is a reverse focus of the, okay, structured programming. Okay, so in structured programming, algorithms come first. So here the complex task is going to divide it into smaller and simpler tasks, and for every task we are going to, okay, we are going to design a procedure. Okay, we are going to design a procedure. Okay, so in order to accomplish the task, later we are going to combine. So whatever the tasks we divided, we are going to combine them to build complex systems. Okay, then for data representation, so we are using the data structures, okay, to suit procedural manipulations. Okay, so here algorithms come first, then data representation comes later in the structured programming. In object-oriented design, okay, first we have to identify, okay, the data we want to maintain and manipulate. Okay, so that we want to, okay, maintain and manipulate. Then identify the algorithms to operate on the data. Okay, so here the reverse focus of this structured programming is object oriented design. Okay, next, see, designing objects. Okay, so what is object? Object is nothing but so instance of a class or blueprint of a class. We have several definitions for object. Okay, so here every object has state and behavior. Okay, state is represented in the form of private instance variables of a class. Okay, private instance variables of a class. Okay, next, behavior. Okay, so behavior is nothing but what methods do we need to operate on objects. Okay, so here the behavior should be public. Okay, means here we are going to define some accessor and mutator methods. Okay, in order to change the state of an object. Okay, we should not change the state of an object directly. Okay, so according to encapsulation, we should not change it. Okay, we should not change the state of an object. Okay, so here instance variables we should not change directly. Okay, we should not change directly. We should use public accessor and mutator methods to change the state of an object. Okay, next. So this one clear now? I'm moving to next one. Yeah, next, subclasses and inheritance. Okay, so here what is inheritance? Inheritance is nothing but an object is specialized version of another object. Okay, specialized version of another object. So here employee is an object and a manager is another object. Okay, so here manager is also one kind of employee, but here employee is not manager. Okay, because so whatever the responsibilities, so we have for manager, all responsibilities are not in the employee, but whatever the instance variables required for the employee, so these instance variables are also required for manager apart from this functionality which is defined in the employee class. Okay, so the same functionality is required for manager, and apart from the functionality in the employee, so manager has some extra functionality. Okay, here manager no need to define the same functionality which is already available in the employee. So simply he can use extend keyword to use the existing functionality of the employee in the manager class by using inheritance. Okay, by using inheritance. And here, so whatever the functionality the manager gets from employee, so he can also add additional functionality to the manager. Okay, yeah, now see here, subclass extends parent class. Okay, here subclass is nothing but this one is specialized version of the parent class. Okay, here subclass is what? Manager, and parent class is employee. Okay, so here whatever the functionality defined in the employee, this functionality is used by the manager class without without rewriting it. Okay, simply by using inheritance. Okay, so here this functionality can be added to the manager class using this keyword. Okay, so extends. Okay, yeah, next, here subclass can add more instance variables and methods if required. Okay, if required, can also override methods. See here, actually bonus is different from employee and manager. Okay, employee and manager. So 50% extra bonus will be added to the manager. Okay, in this case, this functionality, overridden by the manager. Okay, overridden by the manager. Okay, so simply see next slide. Yeah, see here manager can redefine bonus. Okay, yeah, double bonus. See, return 1.5. Okay, 50% extra into into super dot bonus. Okay, so now here super dot bonus, super keyword is used to represent super class object. Now super dot bonus means it is going to call super class bonus method. Okay, now here it will come to here and it is going to calculate the bonus and it will return to the overridden method this bonus in subclass manager. Okay. Now it will return something and it is going to multiply with the 1.5. Okay. 1.5. Okay. Now see here employee okay is equal to new manager of. Okay. New manager of. Here if I call e dot bonus method, okay. So here e dot bonus means which method okay is going to call, whether it is okay bonus method is, see here bonus is redefined in manager, no? Okay, so bonus method is existing both parent class as well child class. Okay, now if you call e dot bonus, what happened? Which method is going to call? From this bonus method is going to call from subclass or parent class. Okay, so see here e dot bonus at compile time. So e dot bonus means here this bonus method from its superclass, because this e is a reference variable of the superclass employee. So at compile time e dot bonus means this bonus method from superclass. But at runtime this object, okay, this reference variable is initialized with the subclass object. Okay, subclass object. At runtime, e dot bonus means it is from its subclass. This is called dynamic method dispatch. Okay, dynamic method dispatch. Dynamic method dispatch is nothing but okay, dynamic method dispatch will decide which method, okay, which method should call based on runtime initialization of the object. Runtime initialization of the object. See here, employee is okay, employee here new manager of. Okay, so at compile time e dot bonus means it is from superclass. Okay, but at runtime, okay, actually object gets initialized at runtime only, not at compile time. Okay, at runtime this reference variable okay employee is initialized with the parent class object, sorry, subclass object. So now okay, so this e is nothing but this e is initialized with subclass, no? Now e dot bonus means at runtime it is going to call bonus method from subclass. Okay, subclass. So this is dynamic method dispatch. Next here, see private string secretary. So this is extra functionality I have added to the manager. See here public boolean set secretary. Okay, set secretary. See here employee is equal to new manager of. Okay, new manager of. Already I told. So e dot bonus means okay, e dot bonus means this bonus method is defined in both the parent class as well subclass. Okay, subclass. At compile time, e dot bonus means it is from superclass. Okay, at runtime, this e gets initialized with subclass object. So at runtime, this bonus method is going to call from subclass because this e is referring to the subclass object. Okay, now if you call e dot set secretary method, okay, set secretary method. So at compile time, okay, at compile time, now also at compile time set secretary method from superclass. Okay, superclass, but there is no set secretary method defined in superclass. Okay, definitely compiler will throw okay compile time error. Okay, cannot find set secretary because here e not initialized. Okay, e is not initialized with this manager. Okay, because this initialization happened at runtime. Okay, initialization happened at runtime. In previous case, in bonus point of view, bonus method is defined in both superclass as well subclass. Okay, then compiler will think that so e dot bonus means at compile time e dot bonus means okay, so it is defined in the superclass, so it is from superclass. Okay, compiler will think like that. But in this case, this set secretary method only defined in okay subclass. Okay, now compiler will think that e dot set secretary you are calling. So there is no set secretary method defined in the okay superclass. Now compiler will throw okay compile time error. Okay, compile time error. So in this case, Okay, in this case, what we have to do? Okay, so e dot set. Okay, sorry, set secretary. No, set secretary. So in this case, okay, in this case, we should cast it to subclass. Okay, so what is the subclass? Manager. So manager, like this, we should cast it to subclass. Then you don't get any comparison error. Okay. So that is typecasting. Okay, next. See Java class here. Okay. So Java does not allow multiple inheritance. Okay. A subclass can extend only one parent class. Okay. Only one parent class. See here, for suppose here class A is there and class B is there and class C is there. For suppose if class A and B, these two are, so class A and B are two parent classes for, okay, class C, assume that. Okay, so here class C extends A comma B, for suppose. Okay, so the actually this is not possible in Java. For suppose, so this is called multiple inheritance. Single class is derived from multiple classes is called multiple inheritance. Multiple inheritance is not possible in Java. Why it is not possible? For suppose this C class is derived from both A and B. For suppose here show method is defined in, okay, both the classes, and these two classes are not related to each other. Okay, these two are different classes, and these two different classes are extended into, okay, inherited to class C. So for suppose now you are calling show method. Okay, you are calling show method. Show method. This show method is not overridden in the C. Okay, not overridden C. If you call show method, okay, this show method should call from which class? Should call from which class? Okay, the show method is defined in, okay, A class as well B class. So there is a confusion. Okay, there is a confusion. Okay, so here multiple inheritance, okay, is not possible in Java. Okay, so because of this reason, okay, so a class, okay, a subclass should have, okay, only one parent class. Okay, next. See here for all classes, okay, which is the by default base class. Okay, for suppose class A is there, okay, so it is not extended from any class. Then so by default base class for this A is object. Okay, object is a by default base class for, okay, every Java class. For suppose this A class is extends, okay, thread, for suppose extends thread. Okay, this thread class, for this thread class object is the base class. Okay, indirectly, okay, this A, okay, indirectly this A also, okay, okay, indirectly indirect parent class of this A is object and direct parent class is thread. Okay, direct parent class is thread and indirect parent class is object. Okay, and this object class has some predefined, okay, so methods. So one is equals and two string. Not only equals and two string, we have, okay, 9 methods, 9 public methods we have in object class. So if you open the Java documentation, you can see all the methods. Okay, so equals method is used for pointers equality. So if you want to compare two objects, you can use equals method. And the two string, we can override it. Okay, so actually, so whenever you display any object, so it will display the hash code of the method. So if you want to, okay, so if you want to display something, okay, whenever the object, whenever you display object, so instead of hash code, if you want to display something, then you can override this two string method and you can implement it. You can return it, whatever the thing you want to, okay, display whenever you display that particular object. For suppose here employee is there, no? So employee is equal to, so new employee. Okay, new employee. You created an object and SOP system.out.println of E. No, so now it will display hash code of the E. Okay, now instead of hash code, okay, you can override toString method. Okay, you can override toString method and return, okay, return all instance variables. Okay, you can combine, okay, you can concatenate all instance variables of this object and you can return it. Now whenever you display this key instead of hash code, okay, so whatever the toString method you have override, okay, so this toString, okay, whatever this toString is returning, that is displayed instead of the hash code. Okay, so that is the main usage of this toString method. Okay, so we have a total 9 methods. Okay, so 9 methods. Next, subtyping versus inheritance.
Sir.
Yeah.
Why we have to override the hash method if we override the equal method?
Hash method. Hash method, I'm not getting. Equals means we can override equals method and we can write our own implementation in the equals method. Okay.
Sir, I'm saying about the hash code method.
Hash code method you are asking, no?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, so actually hash code method will return some integer value associated with the object. Integer value associated with the object. So instead of that, you want to return particular integer value, then you can override this hash code method. Okay, hash code method will return so integer value associated with the object. So instead of to return, okay, any other particular value, you can override it. Hash code.
If we are overriding the equal method,
okay, so
then
you are asking
is it,
about equals, no?
yeah. If we are overriding the equal method, then is it necessary to override the hash code method?
Not actually. In some cases, we have to override. Okay, not always. In some cases, we have to override hash code also.
I think I'll discuss it in my this talk.
Yeah.
It will
Okay,
come
sir.
there.
Okay.
I'll discuss.
Okay.
Sir, is hash code is automatically generated?
Please, Anand sir, let Anand sir enter this part. Then I'll start. Then you can ask this hash related questions.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, sir.
Okay. So next one, subtyping and inheritance. Okay. Yeah. See here, subtyping. So first suppose, okay, A and B. Okay. These two are the classes. Okay. So here, A is super type and B is subtype of A. Okay. So here B is subtype of A. Okay. Now wherever the super type is required, okay, wherever the super type is required, okay, we can use B here. Okay, we can use B here. Okay. See here, actually here super type is employee. Okay, super type, and this is sorry here super type, and this is subtype. So according to the subtyping, okay, according to the subtyping, so wherever the super type is required, we can use, okay, we can substitute this subtype there. Okay, so this is legal. Okay, according to the subtyping. Okay, so inheritance is nothing but what is inheritance? It is specialized version of the, okay, another object. Okay, so already I told no in previous okay slides. Okay, so here employee, okay, so employee is super type and manager is subtype. Okay, So whatever the functionality is defined in the employee, so that all functionality, okay, can be reused in manager class without redefining it. Okay, without redefining it. Okay, so subtype can reuse, okay, code of main type. Okay, so here main type or super type is employee, manager is subtype. Okay, manager is subtype. Okay, subtype can use, okay, reuse the functionality of the employee without, okay, rewriting it or redefining it. Okay, see here B inherits from A. Okay, means here B is, okay, subclass A is superclass. Okay, if some functions for B are written in terms of functions of A. Okay, see here manager dot bonus uses employee dot bonus. Okay, so reuse of implementation. See here manager dot bonus means here, for suppose you are calling, okay, bonus method. Okay, if it is not redefined, okay, if it is not redefined in the subclass, it is going to take from the superclass. It is going to take from the superclass. Okay, for suppose here manager class, okay, manager, okay, OB is equal to new, sorry, new manager of, okay, new manager of. So now OB dot bonus, okay, OB dot bonus. Actually, this bonus is not defined in the manager, but this is defined in the, okay, employee. Okay, if you call OB dot bonus, okay, then it is going to call from its superclass. Okay, if you define in your subclass, okay, if you define in your subclass, then it is going to call from the subclass. Okay. Next, Java modifiers. Okay, so private, public. Okay, so public already you know. So public means, so whatever the class and whatever the method or data member preceded with the keyword public, you can access anywhere. Okay, you can access anywhere. So private means you can access within the class. Okay, so within the class. Okay, within the class we can access that particular method or variable. Okay, outside of the class you are not able to access. Okay, so usually instance variables are private and methods are public. Okay, so according to encapsulation, okay, instance variables means state of an object should be private, and if you want to, okay, change this state of an object, you should not change directly. You should use, okay, accessor methods, or sorry, accessor and mutator methods. So in order to get the state and in order to update the state. Okay, yeah. Next, you can also, okay, write private methods also. Okay, so private means, okay, if you want to, okay, if you want to, if you don't want to visible your methods outside of the class, then you can define your method you can define your method as private. Okay, you can also define private methods also. Okay, next, what is static? Okay, so if you declare any variable as static, what happened? So this variable is shared among all the objects. Okay, shared among all the objects. Okay, static variable, okay, shared among all the objects. Okay, and what is final? Final is nothing but it is used to restrict the inheritance. For suppose here class A is there. Okay, class A is there. Okay, now I don't want to, okay, I don't want to, okay, reuse this class implementation into any other class. Simply you can add final before it. So now this class, okay, if you try to extend this class into any other class, okay, it won't allow you. Okay, it won't allow you. And if you use this final keyword before any method, you are not able to override that method in subclass. For suppose here class A is there. Okay, class A is there, and public, okay, final show. Okay, public final void show. Sorry, here void show is there. Okay, and class B is there. Okay, class B is there. It is extends A. Okay, extends A. Now here I want to override this show method. Okay, I want to override this show method. So as it is declared as final, you cannot override it. Okay, you cannot override. Okay, for suppose if you use final keyword before the class, okay, you cannot, okay, you cannot extend this class. Okay, so final keyword is used to restrict the inheritance in inheritance point. And final keyword, okay, already Nalini I'm told no. So final keyword, if you use before any variable, for suppose final int a is equal to 10. Okay, I want to change this value further. A is equal to 20. It will be compiled method because, okay, so if any, okay, if you use final keyword before any, okay, variable, then, okay, it will become as a constant. So you cannot change this value further. Okay. Yeah. So final cannot be inherited. And you can also declare a class as member of another class. Okay. As another class. For suppose class, okay, A. Okay. In this class, I want to declare, okay, another class as its member. As its member. Okay. So you can declare it. Okay. So class B. Okay. Class B. So this is called inner class. Okay. This is called inner class. And you can declare it as private. Okay. So I don't want to, okay. I don't want to allow any other class to use this class B. Okay. Class B. So you can declare it as private. Okay. Private class B. Okay. So can also have private classes. Okay. So private class means not outside. Okay. You can declare a class as private inside another class as a member, but you cannot create private class outside. Okay, private class outside is not possible, and you can declare a class as private, okay, as member of another class. Okay, yeah. So weekly completed. If you have any specific doubt, you can ask.
Yeah, I had posted. So can we discuss the entire list of modifiers in Java, like protected and default also? I know they come later, but can we do this now so that we have a full view?
Yeah. Okay.
Anand sir, you want to do or I'll do that?
Okay, sir. Then.
If you want to do, no problem, or I can do it.
I have one question. Can we use final keyword before interface?
Yeah, we can use. But if you use, you cannot implement, I think.
Final cannot be combined with the abstract. Anything abstract you cannot combine with the final.
Because then they will have no meaning.
They basically contradict each other. Abstract means must overridable, must inheritable, right? And
But
final
then,
means no inheritable, no overridable.
but then, sir, in abstract, can we write final keyword before abstract class? Because abstract class.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Abstract and final cannot be put together.
Oh.
Okay. So if you have any specific, you can ask. Otherwise, I will hand over to our.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Anand sir. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay. Okay. So let me start with two doubts. Doubt means to your requirement, like one is that requirement of the hash and requirement of complete that kind of thing diagram. Okay, let me start with the hash, but I'm not going for coding. Coding I took in a session, like why you should do it, how to do the coding about hash. So quite details. It is on a coding session for OPE. I cannot remember which session exactly, but I have done it. But I'll just give you a theoretical overview, like what is it. Just give me a moment. Print tab is giving some trouble. Yeah. Okay. So I think everyone here understand little bit what is a hash table, right? Yeah, because I think in PDSA or DBMS you have come across the hash tables. Now there are particular collections in Java which are internally use the similar kind of data structure like a hash table. Can you tell me which collections?
Hash set, hash map.
Hash map, hash
map.
set. Yeah. So now, as you know, there must be a number of buckets, right, in a hash table. So just drawing it like this. And say there are certain key associated with this buckets. And there are some elements which you need to insert or add to your this particular data structure. So what we normally do, we take a hash on the element, the value of the element, and we find out some key. Suppose it's a K2. So we decide this N1 has to be placed on the bucket K1, right? This is the logic, right? Now, suppose N1 and N3, they are equal. Their values are equal. They are two different elements. Their values are equal. Now, to say they are equal, N2 also should have a hash key K2. Then only you can go to the bucket and compare it with the N2, right? This is clear up to this? Is it clear?
Yes.
If they are not generating the hash key same, then we cannot compare them because we do not know where my item is actually stored. Now, same logic go for any kind of collection which is using hash in our Java, right? So there are two functions. One is this hash code and another is equals. Now, all other data structures or collections in Java use only equal to check a equality. But for hash, like a hash map or hash set, you first have to use the hash code. Now, hash code will identify in which bucket I am supposed to have my element which I need to compare. Then you can use the equals, right? Again, I say, for all other data structure, you say just equals, right? It works. But any data structure using hash table internally, that's a hash map or hash set. First is you need to identify in which bucket your element is there. So first step will be you have to use the hash code, which will identify that for N2, if you want to check a match, so go to the bucket K2, where you will find the element N1, then check the equality, right? So that's why whenever you want to do some equality checking for hash map or hash set, you have to implement both of them, hash code as well as equals, right? So for example, you're comparing between two students, student object. Now, as per your logic, the students are same if their roll number is same. But your JVM do not know the logic. It finds those two are two different objects, so their hash code must be different, right? So whenever you go for checking the equality, it check into two different buckets. So how we can compare between the data which belongs to two different buckets, right? That's not possible as per the rule. So that's why if your hash code determines the hash code function determines the hash code depends on the roll number for both the cases, then what will happen? They will locate to the same bucket and now you can compare, right? Does it make sense? Is it okay?
So please repeat.
Which portion you want to be repeated?
Sir, equal checking. Student object equal.
So you got it, no? For all other collection, it is only equals. But
Yes, sir.
for hash map and hash set, you need to say hash code. So that will locate your bucket. Then you can compare. You can check the equality. Right? Now suppose you are having two student objects, S1 and S2. Right? And these are belongs to a hash table. So you're using a collection like a hash map or hash set. So now suppose you want to say two students object are equal if the students roll numbers are equal. Right? That's your logic maybe. But normally what the JVM will think, okay, S1 is an object, S2 is a separate object. So since they are separate object, their hash code has to be different. So S1 will be searched in a location or in a bucket which is different from the S2, right? Because they're supposed to be in two different buckets. So if S1 and S2 are there in a two different bucket, how they can be same, right? So that's why whenever you are going to use any comparison means equality comparison for a data for a collection like a hash map or hash set. First, you need to see you override your hash code so that the equal object supposed to generate the same hash code. So here you're generating the hash code on the roll number. So that's why your hash code function must do some kind of operation on the roll number so that the hash code will depends on the roll number. So that's why if the roll number for S1 and S2 are same, they must be searched into the same bucket. Now you can check for the equality, right? So you need to make sure you're searching into the correct bucket first. That will be done by the hash code. Now you find out the bucket, do the comparison next. But if you are on a wrong bucket, so your element of comparison won't be there, right? It's very sure. So hash code say you are able to find out which bucket I supposed to compare, right? But that may be same or may be different. You do not know. There may be a different element on the same bucket also. Then you check for the equals. So hash code says it can be equal or may not be equals, but equals confirm it, right? But if hash codes are different for two objects, they never can be equal. Is it okay now?
Yes, sir.
Only thing, sir, so far the kind of problem and the program we are in faces, the hash code function, it's very simple. It won't do anything. Suppose the example you have given for the student roll number in the hash code
Actually, no, the internal use, like whenever implementing a project, you do for a hashing, no, you do some kind of complex calculation so that your hash code supposed to be a unique kind of thing, right? But whenever we are dealing with 4, 5, 6 elements, so it's just the roll number or something else on which we are determining the equality, that's fine, right?
Yeah, the main confusion because hash code is written the same roll number. We are seeing two object, the roll number is same because I am getting from the hash code, and the same thing we are again taking to the equal function to compare and confirm.
Yeah, that is what I'm meaning for. The idea is you need to identify which bucket you are in. That's the first step. So returning your roll number will say you can find the object in this bucket. Then you can actually do the comparison. But if you cannot find the bucket, you cannot actually do the comparison, no? The first step, yeah, I got your point. You are saying the hash code is same, equality also same. So what is the, but our objective is not to check the equality for entire object and going into so details. Our object is knowing the step. First locate the position, that's which bucket it is, then compare it. That's all. Okay, shall I go next?
So in this line, just one point just I want to make, because in this hash code, one programming assignment is there in week 6. I try to rewrite the program, but this portal is having me some problem because I written the program there.
I actually checked with Nalini. Nalini, can you say like the last return has to be 0, no?
Yeah, return 0, yeah, it should not be there. Only return 1, return -1 should be there.
No, it's not the problem with return 1 and 0. What happened when I test run, both the case fail. But when I submit, the inside case get passed.
Okay, that that I don't need to check out with the portal issues.
Okay, if time permits, sir, in the last, sir, I just show you, sir, this thing.
Okay. Let us first finish up this,
Yeah,
because we don't have much time already.
So one more doubt for me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Sir, if you create an hash code for an object, it would be different from, like it would take the entire object and create a single
For
hash
each
code.
object,
Right?
it must be different because it is done on the location of the object. Yeah.
Like my question is, say for example, we take a student object and create an hash code for it. That would be different. Like it would be unique for that particular student.
Yeah, it will
right?
be for unique. Yeah.
That entire object will have one hash code. Like the object may have any number of instance variable. For example, it has roll number, name, or marks or something like that. All together would be given one hash code by default, like, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's why that's confirm you that S1 and S2 never could be there in the same bucket, right? And if they are not on the same bucket, how will compare? Because hash table says it has to be on the same bucket to be same element, right?
That's why we're creating a separate hash code.
You are overriding the default.
Override it.
Default
thing.
thing.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, that modifiers, right? Okay, so quickly, first is package. So I'm having two packages. So I name it as a PCK1, PCK2, right? So let us have a class here. Let us have a class here. Class A, right, which is having the instance variable, say A, B, C, D, right? Now for A, let us make it as a private A, right? I'm not declaring the data type, okay? Then B, it's a default. Okay, B I do protect it. Then C is default. No, I'm doing wrong. Let B be the default. Then C is protected. Then this is public. Right. This is my first assumption. And a class within a package means it's an outer class. Our outer class can be either public or default, right? Outer class can be public or default, but inner class, if you have inner class along with that, it can be private also. Inner class can be private also along with this public and default, right? That's the first thing. So what are the modifier for classes? For an outer class, means the class within a package, it should be either a public or a default. And class within a class can be private also, right? So is it clear? Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No, sir, please repeat once more.
A class which is a class which is the outer class can be either public or default. A class which are inner class can be private also along with public and default. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It is just a statement. Yeah, I haven't done anything. Now remember, if you have a class over here in the same package, which classes you can access, right? You can access a class. You can access a class which is public, You can access a class which is default, but you cannot access a class which is the inner class and which is private. Which is the inner class and which is the private. Is it okay? A class within the same package can access a class within the same package, which can be a public or default. It cannot access a inner private class. Is it okay?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
Please
sir.
do it fast because we don't have time. Okay. Now, if I have a class in a different package, now if it is a public class, it can access. If it is a default class, it cannot access. And definitely private, it cannot access. Right? So a class, if it is public, then it can be accessed by another class which is there in the another package. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, as per these definitions, A, B, C, D, which are accessible within B? Which are accessible within B?
Protected and public.
Private, no. Default,
Default and
it
public.
should be in the same package. B is accessible. Protected, also accessible within the same package. Public, always accessible. Correct? So these are what you can access. Okay. So next we can go for another class, which is C, which is inheriting this. Now what it can access? B, because they're in the same package. C, because they're on the same package, because protected means package plus inherited, right? And also D. Right. Now, suppose I am having a class here in a different package, but that inherits A. So suppose it is D. So D extends PCK1 dot A. So this you have to make sure A is public, right? Because until and unless it is public class, you cannot access it from outside of the package, right?
Yes, sir.
Now we can access what? Private, no. Default within the same package access, no. But it is inherited, C, and D everywhere. D is everywhere. Now suppose this is E. I'm creating another class E, which is completely unrelated class. There is no inheritance or other relationship. Now what E can access? E can access only D, which is public. That's the overall thing.
Okay. And the change modifier. So public, private cannot be made public, right? A public can be made protected. This is where a confusion.
During inheritance.
Yes. Can I make a protected as a public?
You can. Anand sir, can you correct me? Like I'm again confusing. If I have public in the parent class, yeah, you can lower the scope. You can lower the scope. Means you can make it weaker. You cannot make it stricter. Means if you have default can be made protected. Protected can be made public. You can make it weaker, but you cannot make it stricter. Like something on the parent. So weaker and stricter you need to understand here. See, try to understand this clearly. What I do mean by this weaker or stricter.
Yeah, are you more like expanding the visibility, right?
Yeah,
We can
expanding the visibility. See, if you go in this direction, so you're expanding the visibility. Like private means within, restricted within the same class. Default means restricted within the same package. Protected means within the same package along with the subclasses. Public means everywhere. So this is the expanding. So through overriding, inheritance and overriding, you can expand it. That's the point.
Yeah, but only default and protected. Private cannot be touched anyway.
Private is not coming at all, right? So there is no question at all. Private is not coming from the parent to child. So how do you override? You change it. You have to have first in the child, no? The instance. Does it make sense?
Very nice question in quiz 2, and it was a very good question. It took a lot of time to answer that.
Okay. Okay, shall I go for revision? It's done.
Sir, hello, sir.
Yeah, please.
Yes, I was asking that in object class, I think the clone method is protected, but when we override that, we can make it public, I think.
See, like clonable, no, the theory is very complicated theory. Object having clonable, we call it through the super. But try to understand there is also a clonable interface what you are implementing. Although it's a markup interface, identify that your class is clonable. But there is some internal mechanism into it which let you perform. I don't want to go in that detail.
So Arup, just 1 second. So what you asked is exactly what we mentioned also, right? So it was protected and now it is becoming public. That's what we also said, right? What is it? So did I miss anything?
No.
It is protected in clonable and object, and it becomes public here. That's what you meant, no?
Yes.
We are only expanding the visibility, right?
Yeah. Anything else? Okay, then I'm going into the topic. Okay, so we are already. Okay, so abstract class and interface, I'm going first. I think most of the people understand this. So a very important thing is the grouping of the classes depending on the similar kind of behavior, right? So if some number of classes having the similar kind of behavior, I'll put it into a single class hierarchy, right? Now, why this hierarchy is required? Because if parent is having some kind of if the parent is having some kind of behavior that is shared by all his child, so that means whatever the inherited subclasses will have, that's supposed to have the same kind of behavior. So I can say this all classes, subclasses supposed to have the same behavior, right? That's the concept is why you should go for an abstract or interfaces. Now, the point is over here. Suppose your parent class or your super class give you some behavior. Now, you can take it or may not take it. Take it or may not take means you can take as it is or you may decide to override, right? But there is a way your super class can enforce you. Whatever I'm giving you, the capabilities you need to implement. For that, what you require? For that, you require something called as a abstract method. So abstract is some way your super class is telling it you that you have to do this. You cannot escape that. So that is a way your super class makes sure you also have the similar kind of behavior, right? Now, if you want to have an abstract class, what you require? Abstract class should have a, if you want to have an abstract method, you should have an abstract class. Okay. One more point to be remember, abstract class cannot have an object. You cannot create an object of an abstract class, but definitely abstract class can have a reference. You can create a reference which is referring to a child instance, right? Which is basically meant via dynamic method dispatcher. You can have a parent. You can have a reference of a parent type here, which is referring to a child object. So your parent could be abstract type or an interface type, right? So interface also do the similar thing, only the difference, it's a pure abstract class, means every method we defined over there going to be an abstract method, right? Just remember a few points. Whenever you are having a concrete class, you have to write concrete method with full implementation. Whenever you go for an abstract class, you may write an abstract method that do not require implementation, or you can also have a method which is having an implementation. But interface, you cannot give any implementation because everything is abstract. Right. Now, the current version of Java also lets you to use the default definition of the abstract methods. That's called default function and static functions. Right. Interfaces basically gives you a way to achieve similar kind of feature like a multiple inheritance. Direct implementation of multiple inheritance is not possible in Java, but which can be realized through something using an interface, because you cannot extend more than one class or abstract class, but you can at a time implement more than one interface. If you have a doubt, please stop me and ask your question.
Sir, what is special class bin?
What is?
Special class bin rule.
Special class.
Sir, last point.
Oh, okay. See, whenever I have, implementation, there is a default implementation. So default implementation means you're already giving a implementation, right? So suppose you're inheriting a abstract class and you're also inheriting a interface. Now inside the abstract class, you can give a definition. Inside the interface also, you can have a default definition, right? So which will be prioritized? The class will be prioritized, like it will take it from the abstract class, right?
Okay, sir.
So private class is applicable for the inner class only, because inner class only can be private. So why it is required? If you want, if you have a situation you want this node can be utilized only by the linked list. So this node has its entire purpose to be used by linked list. It is not going to be used by any other classes or any other object. Okay. Then you make it as a private. And somehow it's realized has a kind of construct. We say linked list has a node, right? So this controlled interaction with the objects we have discussed many times, because always I take up the topic, it is discussed in a detail.
Sir,
So,
for private classes, can we have a public method and
yeah, we can have a public method, right?
And static
but
public
the
method?
thing is, it can be accessed by the outer class only. That's all. Whatever you do.
Then we can say it is not fully public.
It is public within the outer class.
Okay. And what if we have public static?
It is same. Everything is same, but it is limited within the outer class.
Okay.
The scope is limited within the outer class if you make it a private class. Its behavior is same, but the behavior is restricted within the outer class. That's all. Okay, so this is just, I'll give you a little bit of it because I have discussed it many a time. Suppose we are having this railway booking class where the inner class is this query object. Now question is how I can call this particular method. Now if I want to call this method, I need to instantiate this particular object, this class object, right? Instantiate this class, query object class. But from outside, how do I instantiate? Because I cannot see this class only, right? Because this class is hidden within the railway booking. So for that, what I can do, I can create a railway booking class object. So suppose railway booking class object, say it's a R. Now using R, I can call this method, this login method. So login method do what? It's basically create an object of query object class and return me that, right? So I cannot create an object directly, but using object of railway booking, I can create an object and that could be returned to me. Now again, question is, what is the data type of this object outside of the class? Outside of the railway class, railway booking class, nobody knows there is something called as a query object. So query object is entirely unknown outside of the railway booking. So nobody knows what is the data type of this. So that's why here interface play a very important role. So if you make it inherited, implements this particular interface, that means a query object is nothing but a QIF, right? So object of this is nothing but object of QIF. So and QIF is visible outside of the class. So what you can do, you can say QIF obj equal to, you don't have to cast also here, you can just say login. And you can call the method which is there over here, because this capability already given inside the QIF. So you know what QIF can do. So as if like QIF is doing the thing, get status, you call this, but whenever the calls happen, it knows that there is no implementation. So where the implementation is, it is actually implemented within the object. So this will be called. That's all.
Sir, in this case, we are losing the identity of the query object. If we are.
So that's why the interface is required here to identify the identity or the type of the object. Because no one knows this query object were outside of the railway booking class, no? Because this query object class having only the existence within the railway booking class. So once you return an object of query booking, you get the object, but you do not know what is the type of it, because type is not known to you as an outsider. But if you make this particular class to inherit, if you make this class to inherit QIF, so QIF you know, right? So that's you can make this object of a QIF type object, right? And QIF also show the capability of your particular class. Get status. So you can call get status also using this.
If query object has some other method other than get status,
that you cannot see. You cannot see that. You cannot see that. You cannot call. So the capability has to be exposed by the interface. Then only you know that this method is there, so I can call it. If you have some other method, you won't be able to call it. Simple. So all the capability you are implementing inside the inner class has to be exposed as a capability inside the interface. Otherwise, simple way you cannot call it. Because what your JVM having the knowledge, JVM having just a knowledge, this OBJ is of type QIF. So whatever the QIF having, you can call that. Other things you cannot call. It's not JVM, it's Java compiler. It's having the knowledge. It is what is the type of OBJ? It's a QIF. So what is there in the QIF? Only that thing is accessible to you. Is it okay?
Tomorrow I'll make chapati pizza and give it to school for lunch.
Hello.
Yes, sir. There is a thing. Can we please mute Joyce? Yeah, I think there is a.
Okay. Next we go for the callback. Callback normally works whenever there are two objects which are running or executing simultaneously. Right. For example, I'm taking the same example. There could be different kind of example. So there is a owner and there is a timer. Right. So owner do what? Owner object sets a timer object. Say at 10 o'clock, please let me know, like inform me. So then that owner object start doing something else. And what the timer object will do, it will go on ticking. And it is getting getting track of the time. So the moment it finds it's 10, it basically informs the owner, that's your timer, right? So how the interaction will happen? It's a simple way. The timer will be there. So this is the owner. And this is the timer. So I'm writing the objects. So owner at a, it is started executing at a certain moment it go here, it's certain, it say set the timer to some X time, right? Then again it started executing. Now timer also executing simultaneously. When it is time up, it basically sends a message or call a method over here to notify that owner, okay, it's time up, so do something, right? So this is the interaction. What is the callback? Callback, why it is called callback? Because I want to call my own method only, but I'm not calling it directly. I'm calling another object that is calling my method. So that's why it's a call back. Now the simple, this is very logically very simple. What will happen? Say the owner class name is the my class and timer class name is the timer. Okay. And we took an interface time owner because again the same purpose, that visibility. I'll discuss why the visibility is required. Now we have started executing this. So in this moment we find out we need to set a timer. So whenever we are passing the timer, we are passing the current object, because timer has to know to whom I should inform whenever it is time up, right? So it should inform this my class object. No, so my class sending its own object to the timer so that timer will know who called me, right? Then it's a start. So the moment it's a start, so this will call this, which will create the owner. And the moment you say start, your timer will start ticking. So once it is time up, it will, what it will do? It's basically say owner dot time timer done. So it's called a method. So this is the callback. So this line is basically the callback. So it is informing that your time up, so do something. Now why it is important to have this interface to be implemented? The question is, it is getting the owner. But how does it know what is the capability of the owner? What owner can do? So that is explained by this interface. So if you take, if your class implements this should have the capability of a timer done. Blindly call the timer done because it is sure somebody is implementing timer owner, they must have this method because this is the abstract method. Right? Shall I move next?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is, I guess everybody knows. This is creating an iterator, right? So normally we'll have two methods. Has next, get next. Has next says, do I have a next element? If say yes, true, means I'm having a next element. So get next, get me the next element. But the moment has next returns a false, I'll say there is no element. So I cannot go further, right? So this is somehow we implement, right? So normally we create it as a inner class object. We implement a constructor and implement how we check out the next element is there or not, how we'll return the next element. Now somebody want to iterate, they will call this get iterator method to get the object of the iterator. So now it's a simple way I can have a while loop. Before while loop, I need to have the iterator. So for that, I can have a iterator. Iterator is an interface, right? It equal to, suppose this linear list object is list dot get iterator. Then it's a it dot has next. If it is has next, then what I'll do, I can have a different statement, whatever the process I'll do. Say my process is a process functions. I want to do with the element something. I can say it dot get next. Right. This is I'm not explaining. Anybody has done this is supposed to do it. It's a kind of a for each loop, right? It's there in the Python also. I'm moving to next, right? Everybody okay?
Sir, interface is iterator is an interface.
Yeah.
Then-
Iterator is the interface. Yeah.
Then how can we?
Yeah.
I'm able to create an object of it.
I'm not creating its object.
No, sir.
See, I'm implementing its iterator inside iter, and I'm returning the object of iter, not iterator object.
I just tried on my IDE iterator it is equal to new iterator.
No, you cannot do that. It won't work. So that's why you have to have a subclass of iterator. You need to implement in a concrete class. Then you have to create an object. So you can do this always. You can try that. Iterator it equal to new iter. You can do this provided this is not a private class. This is a public class. If it's not inside this, you can always do this. Because as I told, like abstract class or a interface cannot have a concrete object. It can have only a reference. Right? So it is a reference, but object is of child type. It can point to a child type. So iterator is a subclass of iterator, right? Which implements it. So here I am having all the concrete methods, all the implementation. So for which I can create the object, which can be pointed by a reference which is of a iterator type. That's possible.
Sir, I just write a line iterator it is equal to new iterator and IntelliJ ID. It just give me two new overridden methods.
No, I think you are implementing the iterator. What is there? Are you writing interface iterator, then defining this?
No, just iterator.
Now, if you don't do this, there is an iterator predefined interface in Java. It is catching that. So in that, your method names are like this: has, next, and get next. So you need to implement these two. It is predefined one. It is there already.
Yeah, it is saying to override these two methods.
If you implement, just change these two definition to these two, has, next, and get next. It will work.
Okay.
Because this is all. If you are not writing this, no, you're going to use what is provided by your Java by default. It is predefined in the Java packages, right? So inside that, the abstract methods are hash, next, and get next directly like this, not underscore one.
I'm not getting the point. Iterator is an interface, then how can I create an object?
I'm not creating an iterator object. Where I'm creating iterator object?
No. Sir, you are not creating. I on my ID IntelliJ, I can create it. I'm able to create it.
No, I don't think you are. Have you written this line, this portion? Have you written this code in your IDE? If you don't write it, it is taking some iterator which is predefined inside the Java.
Sir, I just posted on the comment section, chat section.
You haven't defined what is iterator. It is taking some default implementation of the iterator which is there in the Java. That's what I'm saying. You first write this, define the interface, then try to do it. If you don't write this, what is iterator? It is taking some implementation which is there inside the Java already. And for that iterator, it is creating it. If you define it, you will get something else. You please try it. Otherwise, put the enter code on the Discord. I'll check it out. I'll tell you.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Now, one benefit having this grouping of the class, since the class is having the similar kind of behavior or the capabilities, we can have some methods. We can create some kind of functions which are applicable to all these classes objects, because these are having the similar kind of behavior. So I can create some common kind of functions which are applicable to all these classes, right? So which is having a special name that's called a structural polymorphism, which calls as a structural polymorphism. So I'll just give you an example, it will be easier. Now we know all the classes in Java basically inherits or inherits extends object class. Now object class having a capability that it can check for the equality, equals method. So that's why for any class in Java, you can implement a find method. So you can create a generic find method which will search for any array of the objects. It could be an integer array, it could be a float array, it could be a double array, it can be an employee array. Because since the object class having this equals capability, all objects inside the Java class hierarchy, all the classes inside the Java class hierarchy having this equality capabilities. Now the find, the search only require the capability of equality to search something, right? So that's why it's applicable to everything. Suppose you want to sort certain classes. Now sorting needs which kind of capability? The comparison, right? You may be able to compare. So any class which implements the comparable interface, that gets a capability to compare between two objects. So that's why. So all the classes which are implementing the comparable interface, for them I can create a sort method. So that's a way we can create a generic method which will be implemented for a group of classes which are having the similar kind of capabilities. But there are certain problems over here. So we can thought of whenever I need to create a generic method, suppose I want to do a searching, I want to do a sorting, anything, I'll pass it as an object, because if I pass it as an object, I can pass it as an integer, I can pass it as an employee, I can pass it as a student, because everything is an object. Object is at the top of the class hierarchy, right? Now, what could be the problem? The problem could come in a different way. First, whenever I'm having some assignment statement. Now, assignment statements for an object is possible if their both types are equal, if they have the same type, or this is a subtype, right? But if you have a situation that this is a type and this is a super type, then this will never happen. Which rule says this? This is as per which rule in Java?
Subtype.
Is it diamond rule?
Subtyping.
Dynamic method dispatcher, right? A reference can refer to its own object and child object. This becomes reference. This becomes the object. This is referring to this, right? So this could be of own type or subtype. This cannot be a parent type, right? Now, if I take both as an object, how do I ensure this, that it could be the same type or subtype? It cannot be a super type. There is no way to enforce this, right? Whenever you are passing it as an object. Second thing, if I take this object, array of objects, array of list. So that array or that list possibly will take different types of values, like it can store integer, float, double, anything. List can store integer, float, then employee object, student object, anything can be stored. So it becomes a heterogeneous list or heterogeneous array, which is difficult to deal with. Right? Now the problem comes in, it becomes an object, that's not a problem. But whenever you want to call a method which is specific to the employee, that object is type of the employee, that information itself lost. Like now it is an object. You do not know it is an employee or student. So how you can call a method which is from the employee class. That information which class actually it is, that is completely lost because it becomes a generic object. Right? So this is the main problem, that you get the type information, which specific type it is, because everything becomes an object, and homogeneity cannot be guaranteed. You can store any type because if the elements are of object type, you can store any types, right? So it can be overcome by something called as a generic. So this T calls a generic parameter, right? This T calls a generic parameter. We can have it like this. And generic give me a much powerful tool like this, so that if this this target is type of T and source is type of S, what I'm saying, this S extends T. That means I'm enforcing S and T, either they are of the same type, or S is a subtype of T, or S is a subtype of T. So which make it fixed, we restrict that it cannot pass as a, S cannot be a parent of a T. So that's a beautiful way to get rid of this kind of problem. I can pass anything, right? So either they have to be same type, or the source has to be child type of the target type. So it's a common way. How do I do it? I want to create a generic linked list, right? A generic or polymorphic list. How do I do it? So I declare a type parameter T, which is a generic parameter T, which it could be anything. We say it as an unbounded type. Unbounded type. I mean to say it could be anything, right? And I can make the data should be stored inside your node should be of type T. That means your linked list is supposed to store any kind of data, right? So that's, I'll have a generic linked list. Okay, but here is a caution, just don't use the quantification of the same type parameter more than once. Say, in the class, you say your generic parameter is S. Now again, inside a method inside your class, you are again saying S is a generic type. Now the problem is, these S and these S will be treated differently. They are not the same S. Rather, once you have already defined the S and you want to say this is the same S, which I have declared over here, don't redefine it. Don't redefine it. So once you defined inside the scope, inside the entire scope, you can use the same type parameter. That's fine.
Sir, one doubt. Suppose I have to define T here.
T you can do, no problem.
Okay, can I just put T alone within the...
Yeah, you can put T alone, no problem. Even if you do S also, it's not an error, but it will be a logical error. That means what you have declared for S for the my class and what the S you have declared for my method, they are different things. They are not the same thing. So it may happen for my class, the S is the integer, but for my method, S is the employee. That's possible because they are two different things. Okay. Now this is very, very important thing, that is covariance. Please try to understand this properly. So if I have something like a number, which is a super type of integer, right? So you can always write number n equal to I, where I is what? I is integer. How I can write this? Is it okay? Is it okay?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's simple rule of dynamic method dispatcher. Parent points to a child object, right? And even this is also possible if I have a integer something, you can have a number which is equal to I. This is also possible. But what is not possible, you cannot have a list integer I what list of number n equal to I. This is wrong. Remember, none of the generic types are covariant, means they are compatible. You never can do this, right? So I mean to say, integer compatible with number doesn't say list of integer also compatible with number. So generic types are not compatible at all. Just keep in your mind that. Now the obvious problem will get, suppose we define a function. Now it will be called with a linked list of integer, linked list of characters, linked list of floats. So my idea is, if I make it object, I can call it, but it actually doesn't work. Because linked list of string is not compatible with linked list of object, because I told the generic types are never compatible. So how do I achieve this? One way to achieve it, define a generic parameter t and pass a t. So this is the unbounded type, right? If you pass this string, it will be passed as a string. If you pass an integer, it will be passed as an integer. So now this will work. So object do not work over here. The second way is, suppose this t data type is never going to be used. You're not going to use inside the definition of the function. So there is no point to define the t at all, right? So in that situation, you can go for using a wildcard, which is defined like a question mark. Which is defined like a question mark. Right. Now again, this wildcard could be a bounded or unbounded. If you just say it's a question mark, it say anything. So it's a bounded. Oh, again, I forget to correct it. It's unbounded, right? Unbounded means here you want to say you can pass anything, but that should be a subclass of t. That should be a subclass of t. Here I mean to say you can pass anything that must be a superclass of this. So this doesn't have a bound, but here the upper bound is t, here the lower bound is t. So here inside the generic, the last topic is type eraser. It's a part of the Java compiler. So whenever generating the bytecodes, it replaces all the generic parameters with something else. So how it will be replacing the things? Whenever you are having a bounded type, whenever it's a bounded type, it will be replaced blindly by an object type. Whenever it's a bounded type, it will be replaced by the upper bound. It becomes a memories. Just if you understand this, it's enough. If it is a unbounded type, it will be replaced by the object. If it's a bounded type, it will be replaced by the upper bound. Correct. Now there are few cautions you need to remember about this. You cannot use instance of with a generic type. In generic type, always go for using a get class whenever you want to get a type of a generic parameter type. And you never can instantiate a generic array. So that's the week 5, right? So next we'll go for the week 6. Anand sir, you will take no week 6?
Yeah, yes sir.
Okay, please.
Sir, my screen visible. No?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now let me discuss about week 6. Okay. So the first topic is indirection. So see how we can apply indirection between two concrete implementations using an interface. Okay, so that is the first topic in the week 6. So indirection. Yeah. See here, there are two concrete implementations. Okay, circular array queue and a linked list queue. Okay, so here circular array queue and a linked list queue. So both have same set of methods. Okay, so for circular array queue, we can add the element, we can remove the element, and we can get the size, number of elements in the circular array. Okay, but the internal implementation for the circular array queue and a linked list queue is different. Okay, the way of adding and the way of removing the element is internal implementation is different for circular array queue and linked list queue. Okay, now, okay, in order to call these methods, okay, in order to add an element, in order to remove an element, or to get the size, okay, from circular array queue or linked list queue. So two reference variables are required. Okay, so circular array queue, okay, circular array queue of E. Okay, so I'm writing in chart. Okay, CAQ. So this is one. Okay, reference variable is required. Okay, next linked list queue, LLQ of E. Okay, so of E. So LLQ. So two reference variables are required. Okay, so in order to call these two, sorry, these methods. Okay, yeah. Now this CAQ. Okay, circular array queue. Okay, this reference variable. So we can initialize like this. No? CAQ. Okay, CAQ of like this, and this LLQ. So we can initialize like this. Okay, new LLQ of E like this. Okay, for suppose there are 100 concrete implementations. So then how many? Okay, how many reference variables are required? 100 reference variables are required. Okay, so now is I'm applying indirection between concrete implementations by using an interface. Okay, now what I'm doing is I'm creating an interface with the name Q. I'm adding these methods as abstract methods in that Q interface. Now I'm forcing these two concrete implementations to implement the Q interface. See here. So I created what? Okay, Q interface. So these are the methods available in the Q interface. Now this circular array Q should implement from Q interface, and this linked list Q also should implement from Q interface. Okay, so here, okay, so this add remove size method should be overridden circular array Q as well linked list Q. Okay, so here implemented methods from Q interface, implemented methods from Q interface. Now what I'm doing is Q, okay, Q E, okay, Q. I'm taking only one reference variable here. Okay, so this reference variable is of what? Q interface. Now what I'm doing is Q is equal to new, okay, new circular array Q of E. This is possible, no? So we can initialize reference variable of an interface using its implemented class object. And now I'm also able to write like this, no? So new LLQ, okay, list Q of. So this is also possible. So if 100 concrete implementations we have, so every all concrete implementations are implemented from Q. Now we can use a single reference variable. Okay, we can initialize like this. Okay, we can also initialize. We can initialize this Q reference variable using any of its implemented class. Here we no need of 100 a reference variable. Single reference variable is enough to initialize a single reference variable. We can initialize with any of its implemented class object like this. So like this we can apply indirection between the concrete implementations. So this is a small topic. So next, collections framework. So see, what is collections framework? See here, collections framework is nothing but collection of interfaces and classes. Okay, so in collections framework, so we can organize heterogeneous data or objects efficiently. Efficiently. Because here every class in the collections framework is generic. Every class in the collections framework is generic. So we can organize heterogeneous data efficiently. Here organizing is nothing but we can add the data, we can delete the data, we can update the data, we can access the data. Next, here we have several useful classes and we have tons of useful methods. Every class has its own methods. Based on its internal implementation, we have predefined methods. Just here we have to know how to use the methods. We no need to worry about the internal implementation. Internal implementation. Actually framework, what is the meaning of framework? So already half of the work done by the framework itself. Just we have to know how to play with the methods here. How to play with the methods. See here, which makes a programmer task super easy. Because most of the methods are predefined. Just we have to know how to use the method, how to play with it. Here in collections framework, we have interfaces and it's implemented classes. No? So these classes, some allow the duplicate elements and some do not allow the duplicate elements, and some are ordered, means it will follow the insertion order, and some collections not follow the insertion order. So here each different type of collection organize their elements in its own way. So internal already I told no. So internal implementation is different from class to class. Class to class, and they so based on the interface from which it is implemented. So they are serving the same purpose. For suppose list interface. So list interface implemented classes, array list and linked list. Both are serving the same purpose, but the internal implementation is different. So here it reduces the development effort because so we have tons of useful methods already defined. No? So we no need to write huge amount of code in order to complete our task. Next, see. So list interface. So sorry, here we have this. See, this is collections framework chart. So here collection is the top level interface. So top level interface, here list, queue and set. These three are the interfaces inherited from collection interface. And list interface has array list, linked list, vector and stack. These four are the implemented class interface. And queue interface. So these two are the so implemented classes of queue interface. And the set interface. We have asset, linked asset and the tree set. These three are the so implemented class of set interface. We'll discuss one by one in detail. And map interface. So here we have hash map. Linked hash map and tree map. These three are the implemented classes of the map interface. So we'll discuss one by one. Now let me discuss about list interface. Okay. Yeah. So what is list interface? See here, whatever the classes implemented from list interface. Okay. So those are ordered collections. Okay. Ordered collection of objects. Okay. So see here, array list and a linked list. Okay. Array list and a linked list. These two are okay implemented classes of the list interface. Okay. So if you add any element, okay, if you add any element to the array list or linked list, okay, array list or linked list, okay, so it follow the insertion order, okay, insertion order. For suppose if you add 10, okay, we have linked list element, sorry, linked list object. So if you add ll dot add of 10, okay, so it will add at the 0th index. Okay, it will add the 0th index. And if you add one more element, it will add at the first index. If you add one more element 30, it will add at the second index. Okay, it will follow the insertion order, ordered collection. Okay, first element will be added at 0th index and second element added at the first index, like that. Okay, so we can get an element based on its index in list interface. Okay, list interface. Okay, and list interface allow the duplicate values also. Okay, if you want to repeat 10, okay, you can add it. Okay, if you want to repeat 20, and you can add it. Okay, so it will follow the insertion order. Okay, it will follow the insertion order, and you can get an element from the collection object. Okay, using its index. Okay, and the duplicate values are allowed in list interface. Means here whatever the classes implemented from list interface, okay, those classes follow the insertion order, and those classes will allow the duplicate elements. Okay. Yeah. See here, we have some methods add. Okay, so this will add an element at the particular index. For suppose here ll dot add of 2 comma 50. Okay, actually here at second position 30 is there, no? So now at this second position, okay, 50 will be inserted and it is moved to next position. This 30 will be moved to next position. Okay, remove. So based on index, you can remove the remove an element. For suppose remove of 1. What happened? So at the first index, whatever the element is there, that will be removed. And if you want to get an element based on its index, you can just so get of, for suppose I given 1. Okay, get of 1. So at first position 20 will be there now, so it will return. And set is used to update an element at the particular index. For suppose see here 0 1 2 is there, no? Already 50 is inserted now. Now I want to update this 50. Okay, update this 50. Okay, 2 comma 60. What happened at the second index? Okay, already 50 inserted now. Now it is updated with 60. Okay, updated with 60. Okay, so like this we have a lot of methods like a isempty method. We have sort method. We have so lot of tons of methods we have in list interface. Okay, you can practice in your own. Okay, yeah. Next set interface. Okay, yeah. See here, set interface does not follow the insertion order. Okay, so we cannot predict insertion order, and set does not allow the duplicates. Okay, set does not allow the duplicates. Okay, duplicates you cannot add to the set. It won't give any error if you try to insert, for suppose set dot add of 10, and if you repeat one more time set dot add of 10, so internally it will check whether this element is present in the this set object or not. If it is there, it will it will won't add to the set object. If it is not there, then it will add to the set object. Okay, yeah. Next here, set implementation classes are hash set, linked hash set, and a trace set. Okay, yeah. See here, hash set, linked hash set, and a tree set. Okay. So the common functionality among these classes is all classes. Okay. All classes does not allow the duplicates. So this functionality. Okay. All these classes. Here, hash set does not guarantee the order of elements. So order we cannot predict. Okay, order we cannot predict. In linked hash set, okay, in linked hash set, so in whatever the order you inserted, it will follow the same order. It will follow the same order. For suppose, okay, linked hash set, no. So ls dot add of, okay, add of, okay, 20. Okay, next ls dot add of 30. Now if you try to print, okay, try to print ls, okay, so it will display 20 first, 30 next. For suppose this ls is of type hash set. For suppose this is hs hash set. If you add 20, 30, okay, to try to print, okay, if you try to print hs hash set, we cannot predict the order whether it print 30 or 30, 20 or 20. Cannot predict. But linked hash set, in which order you have inserted, it will follow the same order. Even it follow the order, you cannot get an element from linked hash set by using its index. By using its index, because it is implemented from set interface, no, so you cannot get it. Okay, an element from, okay, set interface implemented class. Sorry, you cannot get by using its index. Even it follow the order. Okay, because this is not ordered collection. Actually, set is not ordered collection. Okay, next tree set. So if you add elements to the tree set, it will eliminate the duplicates. Okay, it will eliminate the duplicates, and internally it will arrange the elements in descending order. Okay, in descending order it will, okay, arrange the elements internally in descending order. Okay, it will follow the, okay, insertion order. Okay, user insertion order. In which order we have inserted, it will follow the same order while retrieving the elements. Okay, tree set. Okay, tree set, it will internally, okay, it will internally arrange the elements in descending order. Descending order. Yeah. Hello. Yeah. If you have any doubts, you can ask.
Yeah, it should be ascending order in this, right?
No, I think. Yes, sorry, ascending order. Sorry. Okay, in ascending order, not descending order. Next, here, tree set does not allow the null value. Okay, does not allow the null value, whereas hash set and the linked hash set allow only one null value. Okay, one null value allowed in hash set and linked hash set. Okay, hash set and the linked hash set allows one null value. Okay, tree set does not allow the null values. Okay, because internally it will arrange the elements in ascending order. No? Okay, so it will compare the objects internally. So if you give null value, okay, it's not correct. So it won't allow actually. So if you try to add, okay, ts is preset object. No, if you try to add, okay, null value to the, okay, to the tree set, immediately it will throw an exception. Okay, you can try in your own, then you will experience this one. Okay, so these are the differences between hash set, linked hash set, and tree set. So all these classes, okay, does not allow the duplicates, and here hash set does not guarantee the order of elements, and the linked hash set, okay, to follow the user insertion order, and the tree set, okay, internally sort the elements. Okay, is it clear? Shall I move to next one? Okay. Next one, queue interface. Yeah. So see. So queue interface, actually queue data structure. Okay. You can add an element from tail, no, or rear, we can call. And we have what? Front, rear, head, tail. Okay, head, tail. Okay. Yeah. See, if you want to add an element to the queue data structure, you can add it from the tail, and you can get an element from the head. Okay. So it will follow FIFO, no, first in, first out order. Okay. For suppose if you add an element, okay, 10. Okay. So it will add from this side. And if you add one more element, okay, so it will add here. And if you add one more element, it will add here. Okay, from this side. And if you try to access an element, to try to remove an element, then okay, it will remove from front. So this element will get out first. After that 20, after that 30, like. Okay, this is queue interface. Now queue interface is implemented by two classes. First one is priority queue and array. Okay, priority queue and array. So priority queue, okay, so priority queue, so it is same like the queue interface only, but while adding an element to queue interface, so it will assign some priority to every element. It will add some priority to every element. Okay, so here whatever the element, okay, lowest element we have, that lowest element has highest priority. Okay, that lowest element has highest priority. For suppose, okay, for suppose this is my priority queue object PQ. Okay, this is head. Okay, this is tail. Okay, so first I have added 20. Next I have added 10. Next I have added 30, 10, 20, like this. So internally it will, okay, so add elements like this only, but it will add some priority. First highest priority will be given to, okay, 30. Whenever you insert, okay, 10, next priority will change from 30 to 10 because this is the lowest element. Okay, after that you have added 20, no? So now among these three, 10 is the lowest element. So still the highest priority remains to the 10. Okay, now if you try to remove an element, okay, from priority queue, okay, it will remove, okay, highest priority element first. Okay, so if you call, okay, if you call poll method, okay, poll method, so then it will remove 10 first. If you call again poll method, okay, after 10, okay, 20 will get highest priority, 20 will be removed. After that 30 will be removed. Okay, so priority queue internally assign, okay, priority to the every element. Okay, this priority is used whenever, okay, we requested to remove an element, so it will, okay, check for the highest priority element and it will remove that highest priority element first. Okay, next one, array deck. Okay, in priority queue we can add an element from tail and we can remove an element from head. But array deck queue, okay, array deck, so this is what array deck, for suppose. So here, okay, here this is tail, this is head, no? So in array deck you can add an element and you can remove an element from both the ends, from both the ends. Okay, so for suppose if you call add of 10, so by default, so add of 10, if you call add of 10, by default it will add from the tail. Okay, so it will add from the tail, the tail will be inserted. Now I want to add an element from the, okay, head, then we should call add first method. Okay, add first method, add first of 20. Now element will be added to the queue from the head. Actually, if you call add of 10 to try to add normally, then by default, queue will add an element from the tail. But I want to add an element. Okay, I want to add an element to the queue from head. Then we should call add first method. Add first of 20. Now what happened? Okay, element will be added to the array deck from head. Now if you try to, okay, if you try to remove an element, which element is going to out? Which element is going to out from the array deck?
20.
20. Because here you called what? Add first method. Add first method means it will add an element from the head. Okay. Next. Here, okay, remove method or poll method. So I'm calling remove method. So if you call remove method, so by default, queue will remove an element from the head, no? From the head. So 20 will be removed. But I want to remove an element from the tail. Actually, from tail, we are able to remove an element. Okay, sorry, from tail, we are able to add an element. But I want to remove an element from the tail because this is array deck, no? Then we should call remove last. Remove last. Then it will remove an element from the tail. So this is the difference between priority queue and array deck. Okay, so priority queue, okay, it will add an element from one end and it will remove an element from other end. Okay, so here it will assign, okay, priorities to the elements internally. So based on the priority only, it will remove an element from the priority. Okay, now array deck. So array deck, so in array deck, we can add an element to the array deck from both the ends. Okay, from both the ends, we can add an element and we can remove an element.
So by default priority queue, when we try to remove an element from the priority queue, by default the lowest value gets removed first, right?
Yes.
But by overriding this method inside the generic type parameter under queue, I can change this from lowest to highest.
This method?
No, suppose that this queue interface, so queue interface, when it is in some generic, say queue student, okay, but it is a priority queue student. Now, when you insert that, say roll number in the priority queue of student, if I, after insertion, if I try to remove the roll number of the student, by default, the lowest roll number get out first, right? As per priority queue implementation.
This is actually you're adding an object, no?
Yeah, I am adding an object of student, right?
Yeah, object of students, no? So in this case, so I think we should override here equals method, I think, because object should be compared, no? Which one is so how can you tell that lowest roll number will assign highest to priority?
No, that what you said, no, the lowest value get
That
out
is
first.
that is element. That is element. But you are talking about object, no?
No, suppose element. Suppose there is an element, not object.
Okay. Then yeah, yes.
Then if I want to, then if I want to change the means lowest to highest, I want priority queue, but the highest value get out first. Then which method I should override?
Method. Actually, I don't know that actually. So internally, it will assign the priority. Based on the priority, it will remove. But so in order to reverse that, so yeah, we should think about it actually.
Okay.
So,
Okay, sir.
Okay, I will, can you please post this in discourse? I will try and I will answer for your question. Okay. Okay. If you have any other specific doubt in this, you can ask. I will move to map. See, map interface. Yeah. See, map interface. Okay, stores an elements in the form of key and a value pairs. Okay, key and a value pairs. Okay, so in previously, so we have added elements to queue interface or set interface or list interface. So like this now 10, 20, 30, or we can also add okay, strings. Okay, so strings also we can add Anand. Okay, so India. Okay, India. Like this, we can add elements like this. Okay, one by one like this. But in map interface, we can add an elements to the map interface in the form of key and a value pairs. Okay, so here this 10, 20, 30, these are what elements in the okay collection object. No, in Anand India, these are string type of elements. No, now here in map interface, key and the value pair considered as an element. Okay, one key and the value pair is treated as what? An element. For suppose, okay, for suppose student roll number. Okay, student roll number and his name. Okay, student roll number and his name. This is what key and the value pair. Okay, key and the value pair. For suppose student roll number 501 is equal to ABC. Okay, next 502 is equal to XYZ. Okay, next 503 is equal to XYZ. Is it possible or not? This one, is it valid or not? This one is valid because here roll number is different, but name is same. Means here this key should be unique. Roll number should be unique and the value may or may not repeated. Okay, with the same name, two students may okay exist, but with the same roll number, two students should not exist. Okay, should not exist. Okay, so in map interface, okay, so we can store an elements okay in the form of key and value pairs. Here key should be unique and value may or may not repeated. Okay, yeah. Now what are the implemented classes of map interface? Okay, hash map, remap, and linked hash map. Okay, so here hash map. Okay, so you can add an elements okay in the form of key and the value pairs to the hash map. Okay, to the hash map. Here hash map does not guarantee the order. Okay, order of elements. Okay, for suppose if you have added 501, okay, so ABC, 502 XYZ, 503 XYZ. Okay, now if you try to display hash map object, we cannot predict the order in which order it is going to display. Okay, in tree map, okay, in tree map, if you add same set of elements, okay, same set of elements like this, it will sort the elements based on the key. Okay, based on the key, it is going to sort the elements internally, tree map. And a linked hash map, okay, linked hash map here, it will follow the user insertion order. Okay, user insertion order. For suppose 503, okay, XYZ I have added, 502, okay, ABC I have added, okay, 514, okay, PQR. So these are the elements I have added to the linked hash map. To try to print this, okay, linked hash map object LHM, okay, LHM. Now it will display in this order only. Okay, it will follow the user insertion order. And if you add these elements, okay, these elements to the tree map, okay, it will sort the elements, okay, based on key. Okay, so now it will arrange elements, okay, like this 502 ABC, okay, next 503 XYZ. Next 514 PQR. So it will sort the elements internally by the tree map. Next hash map, we cannot predict the order. Okay, in any order, we cannot predict. Okay, in which order it is going to display the elements. Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Sir, if you're done with, sir, then I have just one problem to be shown, sir. In week 6, practice assignment, programming practice assignment 2.
Hello.
Hello. Week 6, practice programming assignment 2. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Hello.
Sir, week 6, practice assignment, programming practice assignment, problem number 2.
Okay, so PPA2, no? Okay.
Yeah, PPA2.
Yeah.
There, sir, I am in the portal, sir, I am facing one problem. When I'm running that, my public test case is 0 out of 2, but the private test case get passed. So can you check that? Can I share it so that you can able to see?
Arup, sir. Hello. I think you don't have any permission to share, I think. So do one thing. Can you take that screenshot and post in Discourse? I will check and I will revert back to you in the Discourse.
Okay, then, sir, I will post.
Which one actually? Can you read that in a short?
The program?
Yeah, program.
That's, sir, bank account, that savings account and current account.
Okay. Yeah. So can you take that screenshot and post in Discourse? So I will check and I will reply to that. Actually, you don't have any access to share your screen. That's it.
So just can you just open that particular problem? Just I have just one more query. Just let me clear that.
Yeah. Okay. 1 second.
And meantime, sir, I'm just asking one question. Last time this programming test, you said that the mail said ki we can refer the Java document. But inside the exam portal, I don't find any Java document where I can refer that.
No,
in
it was
OPE2.
It was there, Sumit. Each question had the reference to the Java document, but it's the same link.
But where to click?
Each question had the link to the Java document.
Where is that link? I didn't find it in the first OPE one.
No. So for every question, there is a Java documentation link for OPE1 and OPE2.
No, I didn't get that. Means Java documentation means there should be some link where I click and then the entire Java documentation will open like that.
No.
Yes.
It's the same. It's a default link, right? The basic java.oracle.com, docs.oracle.com. But each question had the link. So it's the same link. Each question had the link. You could have done it openly, created before also. But it's the same link for OPE and OPE2. Only thing is, in the portal, right, the links don't come in blue text. So you have to know that it is clickable. It won't appear. It will just look like normal text.
But if I place the cursor over there, it will convert it to hand.
Yes, it did. That's what I used. Definitely, I remember using it on OPP2 also.
Okay. I didn't notice in the OPE1. Anyway, I'll check this time because I have the exam on 31st. Yes, sir. How is your exam, Srinivas?
No, we can. My exam was simple, so programming is okay with me, so it's okay. But I think we should probably let the instructors wrap up. It's quite late.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for that. Anand sir will open that.
Yeah, this one, no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Sir, this one, sir, you go.
Yeah, what is that?
Okay. Doubt means, sir, I just go down, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. Sir, when I'm creating this link has said, and if I pass that means account that list to the link has said, it will automatically get filtered because of this above program, overridden program, right?
Which one?
In the this thing, in your this account processor method, in the line number 34.
Okay, 1 second. Yeah, line number 34.
Line number 34. So what I will do, I will create two sets. The sets of account, type account, and that first set is the linked hash set with account type. And I will pass the account array, means that array list account, into that hash set, linked hash set.
Okay.
Since I am creating this set with the account type, the class, the abstract class, and all the method in the abstract class is overridden. So by the virtue of that, it will automatically get filtered out, right?
Yes.
And the output of that, I will again fetch it to the tree set, and it will automatically get sorted out by the virtue of the overridden program in the under the abstract class account in the above.
Yeah. This one, no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because all this override program is there, and I am using this set, means first link hash set and tree set, referring this abstract class account. So all this program I can use inside that, right? I no need to do anything.
Yeah, but you have to write this compare to equals and hash.
Yeah, that I will write.
Yeah.
But the thing is that my public case get failed, but the private case get passed. I will take a snapshot and send it to you in the Discord.
Yeah, yeah. I will check it and I let you know where the mistake is. Okay.
In this line only, I am asking you, if I have a priority queue and I am incurring a class, say any class, then in the same way I can override that class method so that I can use that in priority queue.
Oh, okay. But I'm not sure because so how internally the equals method is defined for priority.
Okay.
So based on that only we can tell. No?
Okay. Sir, do you have any mock thing for the end term?
Mock thing. Yeah, I will discuss with the team and I'll let you know. Okay? You can post this also like.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thanks everyone. So you can bind up. Okay.
Thank you so much for the time, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.